Good morning. What's going on, Sophia? How's it going?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
What up? What up? What up? What up?
Drinking my coffee, got my dogs running around like crazy loons,
Yeah.
and have been, I guess, debating or trying to explain my model to this guy who is just relentless. And I guess he's picking up the torch for Joel's confusion and still manning Joel's position.
Yeah. Right on. Well, we didn't really have a chance to really go as deep as we wanted to into your model yesterday because we were all over the place. We were just so excited. We had a guest on and we were talking, and all of us were getting into the conversation and getting it off our chest and answering a million questions coming at us on each side. So I figured today we would just kind of like give it another chance to kind of review the model again and just let you have a chance to really go over it, but then also kind of go in depth and maybe do a live response to some of these questions out here. So if you want to like read through them and ask them and then post it up, because I don't think I know exactly where they are unless we can.
Yeah, I mean, I got some Facebook comments that just kind of shed some light on some things that I would like to bring up and address. But I mean, my motto is very simple. Honestly, it really is, and
Yeah.
it definitely does not stray away from idealism. I'm still an idealist. It's basically I call it the Lucifer frequency model, right? And the reason I call it that is because I'm comparing consciousness to phosphorus. So, in the Bible, Lucifer is the star that fell from heaven and all that kind of stuff. And the word Lucifer actually comes from the Greek word phosphorus, and phosphorus is self-igniting, right? It's its own light. And that's why I call my model that. That's just to give an explanation, because people are going to see that and they're going to be like, she's a Satanist.
The devil.
She's a devil worshiper. And that's kind of like how they turned everything upside down. Why? Because like Lucifer is actually the light bearer, because he carries his own light, just like phosphorus, and that's what it's really actually referring to, in my opinion. But then the underlying thing that it's really referring to is consciousness.
It all goes back to consciousness.
Right. Because I used to be, before I got into all this scientific stuff, girl, you have to wait, child. Hold on. Because she want to wait till I go live to fucking ask me questions. Hold on. You done fuck up my train of thought. Shit. What was I saying? Oh, before all this stuff, I used to be really big on allegorical interpretation versus biblical literal interpretation, because I really couldn't stand Christians, and I was coming after them about their stupid doctrine. And I was how when you're like when you're a Christian, right, and you come out of Christianity, but you're still kind of scared to leave the Bible, right?
Right.
You still kind of feel beholden to that shit in a way when you first get out. So I felt like I still had to stay within the Bible, that it's just that it's all being misinterpreted, and so I got really deep into allegorical interpretation to learn the mystical, deeper nature of the symbolism and encoded type of language that's in the Bible, right?
Right.
So when I started doing that, I came after Christians and gave a mystical perspective of the Bible. But then throughout that whole process, I figured out that the Bible is just a big plagiarism anyway. And it all comes from stuff that's way older than that. And so at some point, I just completely abandoned it, you know.
Yeah.
But that's when I first was really puzzled about that whole Lucifer thing and found out that it actually means phosphorus. And it's like I was onto something, but still not all the way there, you know. And this was years ago. So when I started getting introduced into idealism by you, that's when I started making all these connections. And I was like, man, I was so close back then. But the main thing I was missing was idealism.
Was it the non-dual nature of idealism that you were missing, would you say?
Not really, because I was already kind of like a non-dualist, like kind of naturally. But it's just like I couldn't really put it together in a coherent way. I guess because of my lack of education and also my language barrier, you know, my English wasn't all that great. And I really couldn't express the things that I was intuitively like knowing, my inner knowing. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I lacked the education. It's just that simple. I didn't know how to express that in any kind of way that didn't sound like some spiritual woo, or you know what I'm saying?
I know.
Because when you talk about your intuitions and stuff, and you say things like, "Oh yeah, raise your frequency, raise your vibrations," we say these things all the time, but we don't really know what the shit means. And so, you know, so like I would say those things and I would believe those things, and on an intuitive level, I understood those things, but I couldn't explain it to you, and I really didn't understand it intellectually.
Right.
And that's where the additional education came in, and I started looking into metaphysics, looking into science, and I'm still not nowhere near any kind of real scientist, but I have gained a lot of understanding, you know what I'm saying? So that's just to give a little background on why the hell I even called it the Lucifer model. And basically the only thing the model shows is that it all starts with consciousness, just like idealism says. But consciousness has potential, like a black hole, for example. It possesses all the qualities of the things that we experience as reality, right? So what I'm basically saying is that consciousness cannot produce or manifest anything that it isn't already itself, right?
Right. Because it relates to itself.
Right. It relates to itself. It is self illuminating. It's its own light. And then the way that it manifests happens from the top down. Consciousness modulating itself, has its own frequency that it turns into energy or manifests as energy. And then from energy, energy can turn into matter. It's just like an ongoing transformation from the top down. There's no creation. My model doesn't say it's creation, because consciousness is, let me make sure I say this word right, primordial.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no, you know, creation. It's all just manifestation through transformation from pure thought with the potential to manifest as everything that we experience. So what I try to tell materialists is who try to force me back into the material box, you know, materialist box, like our favorite guest, you know, that always comes around every week, was telling me just earlier that, you know, that I'm straying away from idealism, and that it's basically
dualist.
Yeah, dualism. And I'm like, no, it's not, because you got to understand, like, you're a human being with a mind, right? So is your mind and your body separate? No, you're all those things, right? Now, if you're a materialist, you may say, well, but I'm just my brain and it's all material. But you also claim that the brain produces consciousness. So then what is consciousness? Something separate from you? Something out there? You know?
Mm.
So no, my viewpoint is not at all going against idealism, because I'm not saying that consciousness emerges out of from the brain. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right. You're just kind of taking a perspective. You're taking the appearance perspective to talk about it, and that's what science does, right? Science looks at the tree over there, and so we study the tree as its own object. And so the scientists will look at the tree and study the bark and study the properties and all of this kind of stuff. But on idealism, there is no separate tree from your conscious experience of the tree. It's all sort of one thing as one stage of experience. It's kind of like the way I understand it is kind of like, a movie screen. You don't want to mistake the movie for the screen that it plays on. The movie is taking place on the screen of perception. And
Right.
if you take the screen away, then you take the movie away, you know. And so it's all kind of one thing, but you can talk about the movie. You can talk about the events in the movie. You can criticize the movie. You can understand the different characters within the movie itself, and all of that. But there's just an expanded view of it. It's kind of like we were talking about yesterday. There's Newtonian physics that works perfectly well, but that only works on the backdrop of relativity, which works on the backdrop of quantum mechanics, and it's a never expanding tree of premises that you can build on. And
Right.
I think ultimately what we're only saying and what you're saying in your model is that ultimately consciousness is the primordial basis of it all. But you can talk about the frequency, you can talk about, the ways that it interacts, and that's fine,
Right. The only thing I'm doing is I'm expanding on um idealism by giving consciousness physical properties by saying it must have physical properties, because for one, it can't manifest anything that it isn't already itself, and for two, I bring cymatics into the picture to show that we know the behavior of frequencies. We know what frequencies do. We know this through particle collision. We know this through cymatics. Like, there's so many examples, you know, manifest in reality that we are confronted with this concept. So since consciousness is in your mind, right? We
yeah.
also know that things like meditation and stuff affects your body. So we can make a logical inference, which we make all the time in science. We don't directly measure gravity, for example, like you pointed out yesterday. We can only know that it exists based on what it does, right? So
Right.
the materialist issue seems to be that, oh, well, because consciousness can't be isolated and put in a freaking laboratory, then it must not be right. But you're still trying to fit everything into a materialist box, and I'm not thinking in that box. I'm telling you, it has to also be physical through logical inference, because you know
Yeah. It's like dark energy, gravity, um, the background, cosmic background radiation. All of that stuff is sort of observed kind of indirectly, not directly, but indirectly.
right,
Like
and
the
those
Big
things are
Bang is
all
observed
those
indirectly through that cosmic
right,
background radiation, gravitational waves. It's not the thing in itself, you know.
right. We're just basically seeing the manifestation as it occurs within consciousness, and it's like a symptom, right?
Yep. Yep.
So we can Just like the doctor sees your symptoms or hears about your symptoms, and he can make a logical inference of what may be going on, right?
Mm-hmm. That's all they can do. And all of that, with a lot of these things, they're sort of projecting their own worldview into their criticism. So they'll say, well, how are you saying that consciousness is fundamental? Where is it? It's kind of like that West person yesterday who
Yeah.
asked a real rude, in a rude way, interacted with us in a very kind of sarcastic way. He said he was being joking because he couldn't take us serious. And the
Yeah.
thing about it is because he's like, where do you see this disembodied consciousness? It's like he's imagining we're seeing ghosts and spirits and gods and angels and shit. It's like that's
But
not
see,
really what's real. We
that
are the consciousness itself. He is the consciousness himself. He's trying to look for the consciousness out there. The consciousness is in there, not out there.
right. And that's exactly what I'm trying to express with my model, or what I am expressing with my model. I'm trying to point out that consciousness is all of that. So therefore you're all of that. You know what I'm saying? There is nothing out there. There's nowhere to look except in yourself.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I wanted to give a shout out because Arlindo came through the show yesterday, and it was really fun interacting with him. And thanks for all the support, man. This is really great, really great. And yes, we have
Absolutely.
empathy, respect out there saying, "Are you guys promoting the cult of atheism?" Yes, we are. We have every right to, buddy.
That has to be Isaiah, right? That has to be Isaiah, right?
Diesel, yeah, Diesel. What's going on, Mr. Diesel?
Isaiah, where were you? Where were you yesterday? I was waiting for you to get her straight.
Yeah, man, we needed that Christian perspective to straighten everybody's ass out, like you said. Yes, it's Diesel. Did you look like Van
Diesel, huh?
Diesel?
No, he don't. He looked like Dr. Evil.
Sleeping, fool. I was sleeping. All right.
Come on in, Dr. Evil. Come on in.
You want to
You
come
know you
in?
want to. You know you want to be part of the fam.
Of course. Let me know if you want to go out with the
I thought it was very interesting that the group that we're in, Universalism versus the rest of the world, that people are constantly downright saying that there is an invasion of idealists. And I'm like, really? I was invited. Like, how is that an invasion? Plus, like, how many idealists are in there? Like 4? And there's 100 and something people in there. So 4 idealists are threatening. And I'm like, not only that, it's pretty much just 2 of us that are constantly trying to reiterate our stance that is being misframed all the time.
what
And
it
we're
is
just kind
we're perceived as an army.
of, yeah, like we are legion. We are many, and it's just 2 of us. Like what?
Yes. We are legion. We're
That's
like Donald
funny.
Hoffman. We're the network of conscious agents.
That's funny. Like little old me living in the projects and shit. You know,
Yeah.
man, y'all
See
giving
what
me all
he's
these.
done?
Y'all giving me a lot of superpowers, man.
Exactly. Man, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, that's what we do, man. And that's the fun about being in these groups is being able to make such a loud noise just with argumentation. And that's why, we can be a threat like that David guy who who I ended up blocking and who you end up talking to is like he was a member of the show, came on the show, we had him on, helping him with debate, helping him have a platform and a voice. I never get shit on any of his views. I never challenged him on his real views at all, just kind of supported him. read through his stuff, gave my feedback in a positive way. I was nothing but polite to that guy, man. And it's like all he wanted to do once we started making that noise with our arguments and our posts, like everyone has a right to do in those groups, he starts throwing up, counters, in which is fine. Why not? And so
Right.
when I interacted with him, what does he do? He starts claiming that I dismissed them, claims that I dismissed them and him and materialists as just telling a story. Like all science is a story. All philosophy is a story. That's what humans do. Humans are storytellers. That's who we
Everybody
are.
has a story.
Yes, that's what it's all about. Expressing your story, and everyone has a right to it. Everyone should be valid. Everyone's story is valid. And so when I say story, it's not a dismissal. It's just I was saying, okay, well, according to that story, this is what happens or whatever. But he's trying to, and no matter how many times I cleared that up, because I cleared it up like on 3 different occasions. This is not a dismissal of you or materialism or your view. I'm just saying story to understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, so according to your story, blah, blah, blah. And but he kept on digging his heels in and then got, sarcastic. Oh, you're trying to attack me, all of this stuff. And it's like, dude, stop being a whiny little bitch, man. Stop being a crybaby. Grow some
Yeah.
man balls or something, man. And it's like,
I didn't know there were other kind of balls.
yeah, there's bitch balls and there's man balls, and I want them to grow some man balls and pick your nuts up, man. Or let your
Yeah,
balls drop. Stop being a kid.
he was doing all the attacking, and it's like, man, you're projecting. That's all you. And what's really funny to me is that I think it was yesterday he tried to insinuate somewhat that he already proposed this theory that I'm proposing, and he already brought up stuff about frequency, and it was ignored when he posted it, and I'm like, what? First of all, we're talking about a group here, and I'm not going to see every post from one specific individual unless I go in there and specifically look for your posts. If you wanted me to see it, you should have just fucking tagged me. And if you tagged me, I may not have seen it. Who knows? There's too much notifications on my shit, and I'm like, that's interesting though that he would try to make it seem like he's already proposed this when he went at it with me for a whole fucking day
Right.
to try to.
Calling it now his shit. That's what you call a
Yeah,
damn. That's a damn thief. Like we used to say in the '80s in the hip hop community, you biting, man. You trying to bite my
right.
shit.
A straight up biter and shit. And now
Yeah,
it's like, oh
exactly.
yeah, I'll bring that up. And so what you trying to say that I got it from you? Like hell no. Like you didn't propose any such thing. Now I heard him say some shit about gravity and all this stuff, but it was incoherent. I didn't know what the hell he's trying to get at. And he posts a lot of videos, and I'm kind of bad about that. I don't really like watching a shit ton of videos. I'd rather read shit because I'm kind of old school, I don't retain stuff very well just hearing it. I need to visually see it, and then it kind of sticks with me, So I don't really like to sit there and watch too many damn videos.
I see with a lot of these people like materialists, atheists, leftists, or people on the right as well. I want to be fair, but they're all like that, man. They worship authority. They're flag waving, phony ass, weak kneed people, man. They worship authority and groupthink. And if you step outside the groupthink, they get very offended. And the same thing happened yesterday. I don't know. I think you may be familiar with Myth Vision. Remember when we went over that West Huff thing? And
Yes.
and we start in Myth Vision, who is a Bible guy. I mean, he has all these scholars on, and I think James, who's part of our show, who's James Apperson, who's usually on, he knows, and I think he contributes to a lot of their stuff, I believe. And anyways, Myth Vision, because he deconstructs Christianity and he looks at the Bible in terms of the message, like he has a different view of the Bible, kind of like you were just saying. Like, you can look at it from allegories, you can look at it from different ways.
Right.
And he has a lot of scholars come on to kind of break down, well, in that cultural context, this is what these things actually mean. So they don't really mean what a lot of either the Christians or the critics think. Like,
Right.
actually, it means something totally different. You have to step into their world, and they come from a whole different world than we do. And so he usually has all these scholars break stuff down like that. Well, Myth Vision came out yesterday. Dude was cussing and crying, and he was like, man, these atheists, man, and I'm part of their community because I deconstruct it, and I'm just having these conversations about the Bible and different ways to look at the Bible, because I love the Bible. He loves reviewing the Bible. It's just one of his hobbies and interests. And he says,
Right.
just because I find value in the Bible and I don't really interpret it maybe as mainstream Christianity does, all these atheists came out against me and tried to have me shut down. They tried to sue me. They tried to ruin me financially, ruin me in all these ways. And he even felt his safety was in danger. Like, he went on and was just talking about how the atheist community is kind of like a cult. He said it's like if you step out even a little bit out of their paradigms and their beliefs, all of a sudden you become a target and they want to shut you down and persecute you and all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking about reaching out to James and say, look, man, I would love to interview him to talk about that topic, because we kind of go through the same thing. I know I have, when I was part of a lot of these atheist groups, and even Wes, the guy from yesterday, you see how he's rude and, he
Yeah.
never dealt with me that way before when I was an atheist and supporting his channel and supporting everything like that. But you see, as soon as you start entertaining ideas that aren't in the materialist atheist paradigm, all of a sudden you become a target. And you're muted, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I just muted myself because I had to yell at my dogs not to follow my daughter out the door. Yeah, I agree. And that's why, like, back in the day when I was coming after Christians, I still didn't really want to identify as an atheist because of that, because I noticed that a lot of atheists are equally as closed-minded. They are very dogmatic, and just everything that doesn't fall in line with materialism is theism. Everything. And it's like, even I can appreciate the Bible for some of the profound things that are in it. The deeply mystical stuff that you can find in there. Like, what I don't appreciate about the Bible is that it's been so heavily coded that you can barely still fucking understand what it's even about and the way it was written. And then it's like the most unorganized book I've ever fucking seen, like, and you have to literally.
That's why we have 6,000. It's the multiple choice of beliefs. You can just choose whatever you want to believe, cherry pick the parts that support it, and stick to that.
It's not consistent at all. There's no consistency in it. So a lot of Christians just cherry pick and choose, and they'll tie this scripture like that. I'll be like, hey, what the fuck? This completely contradicts this. And they're like, well, you see, you got to go to Isaiah chapter 2, and in there's this one scripture that you have to tie into the one that's all the way over here in Revelations, and then somehow it fucking makes sense. And I'm like, no, it don't. Like, no, that shit's all over the fucking place. So I'm like, nah, that's crazy. Anyway, but then you have atheists on the other hand, and you're talking about something like idealism, and like my model that actually gives consciousness qualities because it must have those qualities. It's not just some abstract thing that no one can perceive, right?
Right.
And now that's theism too. And I'm like, everybody's kind of locked into the same paradigm. That's what I'm seeing. And I'm just not, I don't think in that paradigm at all. Like, I'm just somewhere outside of it. I don't know why, but that's just how I've always been.
So Wes is back on, and I'm glad he saw the show. I was really hoping for that because I really wanted to. That's why I mentioned it, so you would see it, because he says, that's how I feel about idealists, metaphysics, people, dogmatic, etc. I just came by to apologize to you for my rudeness. Didn't expect you to be talking about me. Well, yeah, that's why you wanted to apologize, because you knew you were rude, and that's why we're talking about it, because I noticed that. And I'm fine with it if you're rude and that's all, but I am going to point it out. If anybody on this channel is going to be rude, it doesn't go unnoticed. And I accept apologies. I'm fine with it. But here's the other thing. You said that that's how I feel about idealists, metaphysics, people, dogmatic, etc. And that's fine. I mean, there's a lot of dogmatic religious people, there's dogmatic atheists, there's
But where's the
dogmatic
dogma though?
idealists.
Where's the
Yeah, I
dogma?
was about to say, with us, there's no dogma. That's the whole West, the whole reason for this channel. The reason it's called the discussion is so that we can politely discuss things, and we try to do just that. We try to be as polite as possible, but we also are challenging, and we also understand that people have a right to their views, right? So if you're an atheist and you're dogmatic about it, that's fine. We can still talk about it, but it's good to point it out and at least be honest about it, you know. And he said, that's fine. I just want to say I was being rude because I don't believe it. And it wasn't a reason to be rude, and being in a bad mood yesterday. That's cool. Anyways, enjoy Berkeley or whatever philosophy you choose. Not my business. Not really Berkeley, but it's more like analytic idealism. I'm not promoting dogmatic thinking. Gather, I'm saying we shouldn't be that way. Well, that's kudos, man. We're the same way. And like she was just describing me wasn't nice. Okay. No worries,
What?
not pointing out that atheists are just people as you are. Exactly. But the difference is with the consciousness community, with what we're trying to do, we're not going to lambast people, or we're not going to try to destroy your businesses, try to destroy your reputation, attack you in some aggressive way. That's what Myth Vision is going through. That's what a lot of different atheists talk about. None of us should be dogmatic, etc. Yeah, I agree. Well,
But that's, see, that's crossing the line when that type of stuff starts happening, when you're doxing people, trying to cancel people. That's that radical leftism shit, and I'm not down with that. Even though if I had to identify politically, which I don't, because I think the two-party system is a scam anyway. But I'm more libertarian, and I do see some points on the left, and I do see some points with conservatism. Right. But we should never, ever, ever, ever go so far as to dox people and get people canceled, because at the end of the day, leftists, just like right wingers, try to use the government to do their bidding. And I'm like trying to tell people the government don't give a fuck about neither one of y'all. Like, honestly. Right. And the sooner you see that, the power can be back with the people, because we're continuing to feed this system and feeding that beast and losing our power. We already lost our power at this point. So why keep feeding into it? The less you feed into it, you know, the weaker this system gets. But leftists, they do things like, oh, I'm all against imperialism and shit like that. But then you try to use the same system to fucking accomplish your agenda. And anyone who doesn't fall in line with you, you downright resort to like Nazism, like we're gonna get you canceled, we're gonna fucking make sure you get fired, and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, seriously, it don't need to be like that. It doesn't need to be like that at all. And I
Like,
want to make some.
just
I
as
want to make
bad
one
as,
more thing right,
mhm.
but let me make one more thing clear. I'm not talking about all atheists, as a whole when I said what I said, because a lot of atheists actually helped me get away from fucking Christianity. So kudos to atheists for that. But then there are some atheists that are completely fucking closed-minded, and they act no different than some dogmatic Christians. That's was my point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was about to say, it's like Christians that try to cancel, you know, books about evolution, or cancel people to
Yeah,
put statues of Satan or Lucifer in the school, or it's like you have to be consistent. But what happens is people only want to support their ideas because they're dogmatic in their mentality. And that
right.
cuts on both sides, and especially in depending on what environment and time we're in. Like, we just went through a whole phase of cancel culture, and even Bill Maher, who is a liberal, talked really critically about the left. The far progressive extremists is what I would probably put it, because they're
Right.
so loud and vocal, and I really don't think they represent the left. I think they're just a small minority, but they're just really loud. But
Yeah,
anyways, these are
the
the
problem
people.
are the problem are the so-called activists who so-called represent these groups, just like with the transgender group, the uh LGBTQ uh people. You have these trans activists who so-called represent these groups, and it's those activists who actually are not doing LGBTQ people a favor. You know what I'm saying? Any kind of favors. They just make people steer clear of them because if you represent a specific group and you're this unhinged lunatic, right? Everyone's going to look at that activist and say, well, I don't want shit to do with this group, even though this activist doesn't even necessarily reflect how anybody is within that group. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes
Mhm.
it bad. So yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And Wes says, I am an activist, so it's hard not to be defensive. Um, that's kind of like where we're at, with idealism, metaphysics. When we talk about it, we can be defensive a little bit, especially on, like we were talking about that yesterday. Is that Caleb was saying, well, it seems like y'all are a little hard on materialists because you're pointing out all the problems, and then you're also making up this conspiracy theory about them um, having political motivations. Even though they know materialism has problems, they're still gonna push it and promote it and look down on people who think outside of materialism. Well, that's true. I would say that this, because it's not really a conspiracy theory. If you look at Alex O'Connor's video yesterday, where he was referring back to his interview with Annika Harris. Annika Harris was a materialist. Sam Harris is her husband, who's a neuroscientist. And she says herself that she felt so scared to come out and write her book. Why would she be scared to write her book about fundamental consciousness? Because she said the community will just lambaste her. The community will call her woo woo, just like you called us woo woo, Wes. That's what we're up against. So
Right. And
that's why we're defensive. Now you can understand where we're coming from. It's like whenever somebody, just because you have an idea that's different, we don't appreciate being called woo woo. We don't appreciate being called stupid, and we have no science to present you. Actually, there are a lot of science journals about the things Annika Harris and Alex O'Connor is now talking about and supporting. And
right.
remember, Alex O'Connor was one of our heroes in atheism and materialism, and now he's starting to change his view. And what happens is when you start changing your view, you see the tribalism come out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I would like to expound on that a little bit. I agree with everything you're saying, but I want to add to it. And I would like to explain to someone like Wes, for example, how do you think I feel as a mystic, right? I have mystical experiences, and I've had these experiences since I've been a child. I didn't ask for those experiences. So, like, the first time I had an experience, it was when I was a kid. I was playing with my friends, and all of a sudden, I had a vision in my head of my granddad dying. And I just flipped out and started crying and ran to the house. And my friends had no idea what the hell was going on with me. And then my foster mother was asking my friends what's going on with her, why is she having this outburst? Because I couldn't even handle that. I couldn't even process that. It's like it came out of nowhere. And then they were like, I don't know. She just yelled out and said, oh no, my granddad's dying. And then she just ran off. And so everybody was bewildered by my behavior, including myself, because I didn't know what the hell was going on. And sure as shit, my foster mother got a phone call saying that my granddad died 2 weeks later. So that's how it all started for me. And I don't tell this story to convince anyone, but what I'm saying is for other people to just say that we are just into woo woo and that our experience that we personally experience isn't real, and that we have to prove this in order for us to be able to talk about it. And if we can't prove it, we just get dismissed. Imagine being treated like that your entire life. That's just like what a trans person goes through. To them, that is their subjective experience. And as an idealist, I do not deny their experience. Point blank, period. Now, why is their experience supposed to be threatening to me? The only time it's threatening to me is if you try to impose that shit onto me. If you're trying to change laws that in some way or some form take rights away from me. If you're not doing that, I can't do anything but respect your own subjective experience. End of story. So as an idealist, we're actually very inclusive, because everything that happens, everything that we experience, it happens within consciousness. Simple as that. So can reality be something that it's not? No, it can't. It can only be what reality is. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And people have are valid for their experiences. You may not match your material body. Maybe you're considered a biological female or a biological male, but maybe your identity, your consciousness is that of a female or a male, or opposite of what your biological features sort of show. I don't have a problem with that. That's totally consistent with idealism, because
Yep.
that we put experience and consciousness as primary. So there's a pathway to acceptance. Ironically, on materialism, you would think it would be opposite, but it's actually not, because I think most people are epistemic idealists anyways. Most people put their feelings first anyways. Most people put their conscious experience above others, period. That's what
I
they
will
do.
disagree. I will disagree with that. And I'm not being rude or trying to be rude.
You can't
I,
disagree. This is an echo chamber.
I
Remember?
see it.
That's
I see it. I see it a little bit differently, because, like, you know, my ancestors already had stuff like that, like a third gender, right? It's called being shit, man. I need more coffee, y'all. Uh, what is it called, Scott? Two spirited, right?
Jesus.
And in we do have intersex, but as an idealist, we don't deny the physical reality either. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't go as so far as to say I won't define a woman, right? But is femininity owned by only women? No, it's not, right? I would say that.
Hmm.
The concept of femininity is a deep concept that resonates throughout the universe, right? And so is the concept of masculinity. It's two concepts that we know are present, right? And I wouldn't say that only a woman owns femininity, right? But a woman can only be a woman. What I mean by that is biologically, a woman is a woman, and that's all there's to it. But there can be biological things that can cause you to feel different and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that we can't just fucking deny the material reality either, but we also respect subjective experience. And I think what the materialist is doing is fast tracking people down that pipeline of transitioning because, for one, it's the materialist that thinks that you shouldn't feel this way. And there has to be a physical explanation for it. So in order to fit it, to make it right, you got to fit into the materialist box. So that's why we got to transform you, right? When you feel like a woman, but that can't really be true. So we're going to have to just make sure that you look like a woman, make sure that you have the woman parts and fit you into that fucking box. You know what I'm saying? And I think the reason a lot of people feel that way in the first place is because if you are, let's say, a male that's feminine, or like me, a girl that's kind of boyish or whatever, or like people say, you're too fucking manly, you manly bitch.
Right.
You know,
Well,
you make people feel like they're out of place, and it's society as a whole that makes you feel that way when you don't fit into a specific stereotype. So we have it really bad to always try to put people in boxes. And I think because, let's say, a feminine male, he may be homosexual and attracted to other males, not necessarily, but society makes you feel like you're wrong for that, like something's wrong with you. You're thinking outside of the box. So you gotta fit back into this box. You know what I mean? And that's what I think what materialists are really doing. And then they're selling that off as treatment, when really you fucking up their whole worldview. And they can't let you do that. So now you gotta fucking transition and you gotta fit into that box.
Yeah, that's just tribalism. And I want to kind of put a bow on it real quick because Wes has got to run. But I just want to say, this channel is not to convert people. We could give a fuck less what you believe. In fact, we want people on this channel that believe different than us. That's what makes humanity great, is all the diversity. But all we want is to be understood. So if, the reason we fight so hard to explain all these things, especially when we have these panels and challengers, we're not fighting to change their minds. We're fighting so that they can really understand what the position really is. Because what we've come to realize is there's a lot of confusion around the concept of idealism. A lot of people are claiming we're being solipsistic, or people are claiming that we're being dualistic, and they don't understand. So we're trying to really break it down in a simple way to be understood, not necessarily to be believed, because who cares about beliefs? No one cares about beliefs. The only thing I care about is how people treat each other. That's
right.
really
And we have a right. We have a right to exist. This is who we are naturally. This is our natural mode of being and thinking. And we have a right to exist. We shouldn't have to hide. We shouldn't have to lock ourselves in closets. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a right. We have a right to be here. And it's about time that, people grasp that shit. Like, we didn't ask to be this way. We are this way. This is what we are about. This is our lifestyle. This is our whole worldview. Being a mystic is not just something I say. It's how I live.
Okay, bye, Wes. Thanks for coming by and letting us clear it up and have an honest conversation with you. I appreciate you, man. And stop by at any time you want. We're always here. We're open. You can join us. I know you don't like to get on camera. I remember that about you. But at any rate, man, you have a good day. And hopefully we weren't offensive in any way. We weren't trying to be. We were just having a conversation. But all right, man, we'll see you. So yeah, so you know, when we talk to a lot of different people, we just want to be understood. And the problem though, when I see like the Facebook back and forths, especially between you and Joel, and Joel's always quick to say, I don't understand, I'm confused. And I think part of his confusion is he is assuming dualism in his critique. So he's not doing an internal critique, he's actually doing an external critique. And if you're doing an external critique, then there's nothing really to talk about other than why are we preferring consciousness over materialism or some unknown thing as the fundamental property which we premise our theory on. That's all you can really talk about at that point. And
Well, that's the
you
whole
know,
thing. That's
that could be the question, because all these other questions are hamster wheel. They're just putting you on a hamster wheel of explaining the same thing over and over in the same way. And he's like, yeah, but now you're just repeating yourself. And it's like, of course I'm repeating myself, because the way you're asking the question, you're asking me a question about why, you know, how does consciousness, you know, disassociate, or brain correlation, or frequency, how does frequency correlate, or whatever. And you can only answer it according to your framework. You can't go out of it to answer it, because then it wouldn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, the problem is that what he was telling me earlier too, you know, that, you know, I must admit that that's dualism and that's straying away from idealism. I'm like, no, it's not. And that's the problem. When you try to, instead of engaging my model honestly,
Mm-hmm.
right, from an idealist standpoint, you know, you're still trying to fit my model into materialism or force me to explain it in a way where it still fits with materialism. But I'm not a materialist. That's just the bottom line. I'm not thinking on the lines of a materialist. At the same time, I'm also not uh, denying the physical reality, you know, and all I'm doing is giving consciousness a more coherent, uh, you know, I'm showing you that consciousness is not some woo that's out there like a god daddy in the sky, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, consciousness is you, everything. You know, consciousness is a black hole of potential. And consciousness, just like a black hole sits at the center of every galaxy, consciousness is at the center of existence.
Yeah.
So when I say that, I don't know why you refuse to hear what I'm saying and then just rephrase it or reframe it or whatever, like to mean what you say it means. And then therefore, since, yep, well, I interpreted what you said to mean what I think it means, and now I'm holding you accountable to answer to me. And it's like, it don't work like that. You know,
Right.
it don't work like that. You can't set up your own frame and then try to force me into that frame. No, you got to stay in my frame because you're the one who's challenging me.
Right. Right. I mean, and you, at some point you have to go into a person's world. If you like, here's the thing. I have no problem if you want to, if your intention is to disprove my theory or my concept, right? I have no problem. But if you're going to disprove it,
You
you have
got
to
to
go
engage with
within.
the.
Huh?
Go ahead. I'm saying you got to engage with the theory or the model. You can't disprove something and try to make it your own interpretation.
Right, right, right. Exactly. So, yeah, you have to go right. Yeah, if you want to disprove it, you have to do an internal critique and show how there's internal inconsistency. That's how you disprove a model, by going inside of it and saying, well, if I go by your framework, your framework doesn't work because within itself, there's a contradiction. Point out the contradictions. Now, if it's contradictory to what we already know is true, point that out. And that might be another way to disprove it. But just trying to disprove it within another framework doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It's like me saying, how can materialism be true? You're explaining how materialism works, but I already know that, on my model, it says consciousness is fundamental. So, if you look at consciousness and this and that disproves material. No, it doesn't, because I'm trying to critique it from my point of view. I have to go within your point of view and show the contradictions, like everybody does, like Bernardo Kastrup does very well. He's saying, and there's ways to do it. There's like millions of different arguments for that, but I don't want to get into that part right now.
He did try to do that because he was like, okay, so what are we talking about here? Your model saying that consciousness has frequency or is frequency, and you're using, one time you're saying consciousness is frequency, next time you're saying consciousness doesn't have frequency, it is frequency or whatever. And he just had this semantic ass argument. And my whole thing is, you're still looking at it from a materialist standpoint. We can't measure frequency and consciousness the way we would, conventionally within the laws of time and space. We're talking about consciousness here,
Right.
So yes, I'm talking about real frequency, right? But we can't measure it the same way that you expect it. And that's because you refuse to step out of your frame, and I'm not proposing my frame from your frame. It's my frame. I'm saying we can make a logical inference, just like gravity. You can't put gravity into a lab and prove it, but yet you believe gravity. We know that energy, is potential, right? And we know that energy is not created nor destroyed. And you can get that and you accept that, but not when it comes to consciousness. You don't accept that consciousness is primordial, that consciousness has all these qualities within itself, and that everything that is manifest comes from within consciousness, and you can't accept that. But I'm just making comparisons. I'm using analogies that are rational, that we can observe, that are empirical. And I'm not saying that consciousness itself can be empirically proven, but I'm showing you that we can make a logical inference. And I don't know what else to say about that shit. Like, honestly, I'm not going to argue from your frame because that's not my argument.
So here's an example, right? So here's an example of what how Joel Davis asked the question. So it seemed that out of those who responded to the post asking how to explain the observed correlation between the brain and consciousness, the responses all seem to be variations on the same idea, that the appearance of the brain is caused by the mind of the subject. But that's just interpreting correlation as causation, which is what materialism was being called out for doing, isn't it? How do you idealists feel about this? Do you see some justification for assuming the correlation is the mind causing the brain that you think a materialist view lacks? Or is the point really to say that the question is still open about which direction the causation flows? But it seems like that both of these views are looking at the correlation between mind and brain and concluding causation, so neither get to claim a superior inference on that alone. They're both on pretty equal footing in that respect. And so I'll start off. Well, I'll let you, how would you respond to that? I know you've already done, but how would you respond to that?
I believe I actually did respond to that. And what I'm saying is that we need to stop focusing on correlation because we already know correlation exists.
Right.
Right?
Bingo.
What we need, we're asking the wrong question. This is where my model comes in at. I'm going past that shit and saying it's time to move on from that. We've been stuck there for too long, right? Because The only choice we have is to say either, oh, we're just going to wait till materialism can magically prove their hard problem of consciousness. And I'm saying there is no hard problem of consciousness, like idealism says. The only thing I'm doing is I'm giving consciousness a physical property so you don't have to engage in magical thinking based on real processes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We need to do that to be able to move forward. As long as we stay inside that box, we're not moving forward. So idealism is just trying to move forward, progress us, get us ahead. That's all idealism is trying to do by saying, hey, we've been stuck here for so long and we're not getting anywhere like this. We have to start going where the evidence is pointing to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what my model.
It's what it
Go
does.
ahead.
Yeah, your model kind of does the same thing. Like my argument for yesterday that I prepared was two arguments: the truth bearers are thoughts, and that the truth makers are the facts. And what this really leads to is that all correlations, observations, facts, truths are not independent of the mind. And so when we see these correlations on idealism, these are just artifacts of concepts and minds. But we're looking at what is the fundamental metaphysical truth about it. And so the proposal of idealism is that the facts are artifacts of the greater mind. We are putting that as proof because we're using their own definition of facts and truths. You say facts and truths exist outside of independent minds? Okay, cool. And are we saying that truths and facts are those things that cohere within our models, like materialism, like panpsychism, or any other sort of model you want to present? Cool. Then who is it that's modeling the reality that we haven't discovered yet? Those external things that we always discover. Who's modeling those truths and facts? It would be the greater mind. I mean,
it has to be mind.
If we're gonna be consistent, unless you want to change the definition of truth and facts, and everything like that, that's where the problem comes in. And so, if we just go by those particulars, that's where I came up with my little idea here, is that I'm just taking their definition. They're the ones saying facts and truths exist outside of mind. But they're also saying truths and facts are those things that we can scientifically
conceptualize.
Right, conceptualize coherently.
Right.
So it's all going back to what? It's all going back to mind, to consciousness. And that's the idealistic argument. You don't have to believe it. But at least understand what it is. And then so when Joe, if you want to argue with Sophia about, or me or any idealist about the correlation issue, well, that dissolves that problem right there. That's the answer.
Right. And I'm going to read what I actually commented on that. I said, I would argue that consciousness cannot generate anything it is in itself, like I've been saying. This follows a deep metaphysical principle. A cause must contain the potential of its effect. If consciousness is to give rise to matter, energy, structure, or even brain states, then it must already possess those capacities in some latent or active form, which I've been saying. In my model, consciousness is not a ghostly abstraction. It is self-reflective frequency. Frequency inherently carries the qualities needed to generate structure, pattern, modulation, resonance, and relation. And that's what my model shows by bringing up the example of cymatics. This gives us a coherent bridge from consciousness to physical phenomena without violating causality or appealing to vague dualisms. So rather than saying consciousness causes the brain or the brain causes consciousness, The model reframes the whole setup. Matter and energy emerge as pattern expressions of underlying conscious frequency. And that just means that consciousness expresses itself through what we perceive as reality, and it has all those qualities. Very, very simple. At this point, I have to really say, I suspect there is some denialism going on here, because it's destabilizing to step out of your box, because it gives you control. Because when you're able to isolate and measure and all of that and make predictions, it makes you feel secure and like you have control. But I'm saying we also have such a thing as intuition, which is consciousness that operates within us. And when we rely on our intuition, we can also make those types of predictions. How do you think I'm able to have these psychic things that happen to me? It comes straight from my intuition, which is my consciousness that's within me. And that's it. That's all there's to it. And people are afraid to lose that type of control. You know what I mean?
And some people are just ignorant of what is entailed in physics. Even materialists agree with physics and Einstein and everything. But, we talked about this quite a bit. And this harkens back to what you just said about intuiting things that are going to happen.
Yes.
Future events that are going to happen. We talk about this even ties into the correlation. What came first? We're talking about temporal. What came first, consciousness or matter? What came first? That's the big question Joel is asking. But this is taken for granted, this model that we call B theory of time. And in the B, and I'm going to read it. I have it right here on the screen. And it says, in the B theory of time, all events, including those in the past, present, and future, are considered equally real, existing in a block universe. This means that the flow of time is an illusion, and there is no special now that separates past, present, and future. So if that's the case, if the future is already real for us, it's not really a big deal. It's not really weird to say that you saw the future.
Exactly.
Real is the present. There is no, you know what I'm saying? And so as far as correlation, if this is true, if this B theory is true, which is actually evidenced by having GPS and navigation that works on time dilation and stuff like that, then we know this is true.
And yeah, it's like I always compare it to perspective in a way, right? Because like if I'm standing right here where I'm at, frozen, right? I can't really look back but so far, and I can't look ahead but so far, right? Because I can only see how far my eyes can see. But let's say I get in a plane and go above. Now I have a bird's eye view. Now I can see all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's to me is kind of how time is. Time is linear, but it's really not.
Right, exactly. That's the tie-in. That should answer the question of what came first, the matter or the consciousness. No, it all happened at the same time, because it's all equally real in the greater perspective, in this big perspective of reality, which idealism is trying to make. Everything exists because it's all the same thing. And our experience is called consciousness. So everything exists in consciousness as appearances. And
I think that the hang up with most people is that because we have a limited perspective, most of us, in this human form, we do have limitations, because we're just a speck or a part of the whole thing, But what I'm trying to do with my model, we can still expand our mind through logical inference. And once you expand your mind, you can actually transcend that, Even as an individual, you can have a broader expanded mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And this is why we can readily identify things that are most likely true when they really cohere with each other. Like science is now cohering with the mystical experience. This is an example. The B theory of time is kind of like one of those ways we can overlap the two. We kind of see the
Right.
overlap and how it can happen. And this is where we can kind of tie it all together, and it makes sense. And
That's
see,
why I
this is the
always
problem,
say,
though. And this is what I was trying to get with Wes. Instead of people saying it's woo woo and making all these things because you really don't understand it, why don't you try to actually come on and let's have the conversation and let me show you some things
right.
that might help you understand where we're coming from. But a lot of people don't want that conversation because they have preconceived beliefs. They have
Yeah.
dogma that they don't really want that challenge, because it's kind of
The
going to hurt
very
their
thing,
feelings.
ironically, that's the very thing they accuse us of. And I'm like, it's not that hard. It's just like life and death. We run around and act like death is something that has nothing to do with us. We dissociate from it. We act
Hmm.
like death is somewhere way over there and we're not even a part of that. But then all of a sudden it happens to us because it was part of it all along. It was happening simultaneously. Life and death happens simultaneously. While you're alive, you're also dying, and death is inevitable. So, like, you see how it's just intersecting, how it's really not separate. And this is what we got to stop doing. And that's why I believe in, bringing back ancient mythology, um, you know, and mysticism and all that kind of stuff because uh, now we have technology and we are advanced in that way, but we can combine the two and bring ancient mysticism back to life in a whole nother way. And that's my vision. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm passionate about. I want to combine the two and just bring it back to life in a way that we never seen before. Like we need a revolution because we are basically eliminating ourselves, cancel culture.
Hmm. Absolutely, man. And that's what we need to get away from. And the thing about our viewpoint, our non-dualistic viewpoint, is we value everybody like they are ourselves. You know what I mean? Like
Right, because
we see oneness.
everything is a reflection of yourself. When you're looking at somebody else, you're looking at you.
Hmm. Exactly. And so it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go out and attack each other, because to do that is just assuming that you've got me and I'm the most important thing in the world, and then you have these other people that are just disposable and only have use as far as they
It's like it's like
drive
cancer
you.
where your cells. It's like cancer where your body turns on itself.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, I just wanted to show a little bit about this. People who've been attacked by the community. Hold on a second, and just kind of show you what I was talking about. Because
Scott, I can't
yeah,
stay too much longer because I got to do the wife stuff and feed the hungry man.
yeah, and Mother Teresa.
Doing normal things, sending people.
I gotta feed the hungry man.
That's right.
People so weird,
My name is Derek Paul Joseph Lambert, and I'm leaving the online atheist cult publicly today. In fact, happy birthday to me because I'm recording this video and it's my 37th birthday. It's unfortunate that I haven't slept well in the past 4 days because of extreme drama from this community. While I can blame them, and I will, I share responsibility in this. But before I explain the reasons I will be leaving this extremely controlling cult, and also why I will be platforming my old friend Dr. Robert M. Price, I want to take you back into my life and share some experiences with you so you understand why I've come to this conclusion. So please stay tuned. And if you agree with my decisions, I seriously could use your help right now, because people honestly are trying to destroy everything I built for making this public and for having Bob back. I've been threatened to be boycotted, and people will literally attempt to destroy my livelihood and my wife's business, mvp-courses.com. I care about nothing more in this world than my children, Derek, Caleb, and Caden. I got a tattoo. And my beautiful wife, Ryan. Their names are on my arm. They're what those who attack me and attempt to destroy me are trying to hurt in my mind. I'm a fighter, and I can promise you I won't give up easy. And if this means scorch earth on everyone, on all the details about this community, and they need to be released for the world to know, I will gladly do it for them. Let me take you back into my past briefly. I was born into a family with two wonderful parents, Mike and Patty. They were raised as Christians. Dad was a Roman Catholic. Mom was a Pentecostal holiness person. My father was often deployed overseas, being he was a Green Beret in the Special Forces, hardcore military guy. And Mom would take us to church on Sundays, bribe us with some buffets, and we'd go. This was the best memories of the start of my initiation into Christianity. I eventually really had a conversion experience in the 6th grade at Cornerstone Christian Academy in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where I had a profound experience at an altar call receiving Jesus into my life. I was serious about my commitment to this faith, and over the many years, between juggling girlfriends and middle and high school to partying with the rest of the kids, drinking alcohol at bonfires, I would really take my religion serious. I joined a house church early on, and they believed they had the truth. They were King James onlyist, and we all spoke in tongues. Some of them even prophesied. This was a very charismatic movement. Even my pastor was a female named Ellie. I really trusted her as a spiritual authority. She once told me Jesus told her that he was coming back before she died. And it's been over 12 years since she's passed away as I'm making this video. As I went through high school, I met a girl who would turn out to be my wife, the love of my life, Ryan. And she was pregnant at 16 while I was 17, turning 18. I started a landscaping company while I was still in high school and worked with my hands since graduating high school. Here I was turning 18.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see.
And I'm a young man who does.
So, sorry, I had to take care of my cats, man. They made a mess over there. So I had to go take care of that real quick. But
yeah, this is actually very sad. What he's describing is absolutely sad. I just can't believe people, man.
Yeah, they're fucking mean, man.
So ridiculous.
Joined different Christian denominations and eventually went to college for 2 years about Carolina College of Biblical Studies because I believed I might be called to become a pastor. I then relapsed due to drug addiction and would struggle many years on and off of drugs. I found myself almost die several times in 2015 from heroin addiction, and I knew I needed help. My father once said, "Son, you want to change the world? If you do, you only have to change one thing. You have to change everything." And while I looked shocked at the impossible task of changing everything, Dad would add, "If you change yourself, you change everything." It was these little cliche moments that added up into making me really find myself or a way to change myself and finding me for me. My mother always wanted to make it clear that she loved me, even after all the terrible behaviors I expressed during my addiction days. My wife's undying love that held on to me when I couldn't even hold on to me. I didn't have a grip on life. I was hopeless, felt like dying until I detoxed at a person's house in recovery, started attending meetings with other like-minded people who struggled with the same disease of addiction. Over the next few years, my beliefs started to change and got bigger than the Bible. I found comparative mythology helped me read the Bible differently, and I truly felt a burden begin to lift when I no longer believed hell was a literal place. but a myth. When I personally didn't believe in the doctrine of the flesh being wicked, and even when I started questioning other stories if they've ever happened at all. At this point, I'm 27 years old, I'm 37 today, and I'm working for a construction called HBC. As the usual extreme person that I am, I really excelled at my craft and worked up to becoming a supervisor. This job was a traveling career where I was away from my wife and kids for sometimes 2 weeks at a time and only got a few days with them before I could go back on the road. During my days out in some country field in North Carolina, South Carolina, or Georgia, I would listen to countless podcasts with Bluetooth in one ear and many crew members, if you will, that I'm managing dozens of men in the other. They were running heavy equipment for me. This is where I found Dr. Robert M. Price, the wizard of the Bible. I would listen to this guy and be mesmerized by the insights I was hearing. I'd literally have never heard 95% of the material he would say. I found his Bible Geek podcast. I discovered Miguel Connor's Aeon Byte Gnostic Radio and would listen to him, Acharya S., which is known as Dia Murdoch. I listened to various people in this arena, and soon I would even begin to question whether Jesus really ever lived on earth at all. I reached out via email, and I was able to come to Dr. Price's house to record and meet him. He's such a friendly guy. He welcomes everyone. He was very welcoming and always has been. We started a deep friendship, and I was able to start Myth Vision. I started Myth Vision as just a hobby with no monetary gain in mind because I had ran out of podcasts that discussed the topics at the time. I fell in love in those country fields, if you will. Long story short, for the next several years, I would travel to meet up with Bob in person and record or just do it remotely through webcam. The job I had was putting serious strain on the love of my life, my marriage. So I waited till the yearly bonus, which would come once a year and they'd pay you a bonus to this job. Once I got it, I quit the day after and moved my family out west to Washington to reignite my marriage. I started another construction job, which had less traveling, but not as much. Eventually, that didn't work out, and a team of recovering drug addicts hired me to work for a rehab in California because I had another YouTube channel which literally works with addicts to help them make it through the dark addiction. I started working from home, helping people who were dying from addiction all over the United States, really worldwide, but the people I could get into rehab were the
So just to pause it for a second so it don't get knocked off, but he sounds like a really nice, humble, caring person and very genuine. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I can relate to him because, I had the same addiction. And it's just mind blowing because I would have never suspected he's come such a long way that I would never think that's what he went through, And I actually do know him because I discovered him not too long ago when I was looking up that stuff with Wes Huff and Billy Carson, and he actually had a really great video put out about that.
How's it going, James?
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, we were just recapping this morning our conversation from yesterday, and we got a lot of pushback, of course, which is fine. But sometimes, you encounter a little rudeness and things like that, and it just kind of sparks some ideas, and also online and other forums.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people might be fellow unbelievers and things like that. And it seems like people are really willing to kind of attack you if you step out of the bounds of what they feel you had in common with them. And I always say atheism is just a response to one singular, claim. That's really all it is. There's other things people can believe or other things people can be focused on, but it seems like once you step out, a lot of this tribal behavior, you start seeing it. And it's not just with atheists, of course, it's with everybody, but
right.
We were just kind of going over that this morning and looking at Myth Vision video here as well, because he kind of experienced sort of the same thing. Do you have any thoughts about that situation, James? I know I think you said that you interact with Myth Vision quite a bit.
Well, yeah, I'm a moderator at Myth Vision, and I have been for quite some time. And I'm also a friend of Derek and Neil and a lot of other people. And I used to be friends with the I don't want to say nest, right? With the hub, the little inner circle of people that are the most anti Myth Vision after Price was on the show. I used to be part of that little social niche inner circle thing a couple years ago, and at some point we just couldn't jive. We just couldn't, and so we went our own separate way. And I lost a lot of subscribers when that happened. But I'm like, I'm better off for it. I really, really am. So, moving forward from there, I do have a lot of opinions. I posted a blog that was inspired by this drama at my community tab on my page. And I don't think anybody read it, so I could have said anything in there. I could have been as inflammatory as I wanted to be, and it wouldn't have been consequential at all because nobody fucking reads my shit. So, I could have said, "Hey, let's go eat babies." People would have even known the difference. So, moving forward from there, I understood when people were upset. I understood why they were upset. I understood the principles that they were falling back on, because I know how they think about these kinds of issues. But at the same, so I don't want to completely delegitimize how they feel about it and how they think about it. But instead, my main objection is how they handled it, how they decided to engage with the issues. What I could have respected is that they would have said maybe in chat, "Hey, I can't support this kind of this decision," and then just left. And then go to their own spaces and just talk about it openly, publicly, talk about it if that's what they want to do. Say, I don't think we should have, I can't get behind Derek's decisions and here's why. And then just open it up for dialogue. People can agree or disagree, right? Have a civil discussion. It goes where it goes. You feel how you feel, right? And that I could have respected, even if they were completely hostile in principle to Derek's decisions. But the way that they handled it, a lot of people, and they is a very generic kind of idea, a lot of people, how they handled it was immature, violent, and really undermined their premise of moral clarity and moral fortitude, right? It really undermined themselves by handling it in such a socially violent way. And that was my main objection to their objection.
Well, we definitely live in a culture these days where we are very easily divided. And there's a, cancel thing, the whole demonizing, like people act like little naughty girls, they act like little naughty girls that want to troll and, kind of like hurt people. And, they're just so quick to find people's, disagreements, things they disagree with, and then just go at you. They're looking for any excuse to go at you. That's the feeling I get, and that's what I've heard other people talk about. And this may just be a symptom of that.
It's kind of that. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened. Like, I'm a little bit lost on that because I know who he is. I know he's not a Christian, but he's still fond of the Bible, right? But what exactly happened?
Oh, you're talking about Price?
Yes.
Well, have you ever heard the game show The Price is Right, right?
Yes.
So I always make fun of him to say The Price is very, very, very far right. So that kind of sets the stage for what's going on with him. He was on Pine Creek. Dr. Price was, I don't know whenever the first drama happened, year and a half, 2 years ago, I don't remember how long. And in that discussion, the first half of the discussion, and it was a long discussion, was fine, right? He handled himself reasonably. He said reasonable things. I was really impressed. But when the second half of that conversation happened, I go, holy shit, right? Because he was like, look, if you're at like a Black Lives Matter protest and you see what looks like it might be a crime in progress, you should quickly identify who looks guilty and shoot to kill. And I'm paraphrasing, but this is an accurate paraphrase of what he said. And I'm like, dude, you did not just say that.
This guy right here said that?
No, Dr. Price, not Derek.
Oh,
Bob Price, yeah.
I'm so confused.
Dr.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
why
he's going to go over all that in a bit, but yeah.
yeah, and so he said some other terrible things, but I think that was probably the worst of everything that he said. So I'm just using that as the example. And so a lot of people were like, "Look, this guy is very far right. He's super MAGA. He's super anti-liberal." And I think that that's really a lot of people interpreted that as just overt racism, right? And I think that there might be an element of that, but he didn't articulate racism that I know of or that I recall. He articulated simply advocating for vigilante fatal violence, specifically at liberal events, especially as an example, Black Lives Matter protests. And I'm like, well, if you're a far right person who shows up like Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 or some shit, looking for trouble,
Mhm.
incentivized by somebody like Robert Price saying that kind of shit, and you're there and you see broken wind, you hear breaking glass, or you see smoke, or you see anything that makes you think that there might be a crime in progress, that MAGA-minded person looking around to see who they think is guilty is very probably going to identify either somebody with blue hair or somebody with black skin. And that's who they're going to shoot, right? That's who
Right.
they're going to shoot. And I'm like, we do not need that happening on the streets of America. That is not the way forward. That is not a solution. That's not even responsible talk. Like, stop it.
Hell no.
And so this is what made me feel like I just can't be part of Dr. Price's whole world. I just can't be part of that. Fine. Moving forward. There were people in the network of personalities in the Atheist Network that feel like Dr. Price needed to be canceled as hard as they can. Like, make sure he doesn't try to make it to where he's nobody that's part of our atheist community is going over there supporting his work, whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's a solution to anything, but I understand the principle. I understand the feeling. If you think that'll accomplish anything, you do. Fine. I already wasn't going over there, so it doesn't change anything for me. And so, but the people that wanted him hard canceled were putting pressure on Derek to help hard cancel him, and just to cut ties with him in personally and professionally. And they convinced Derek, under a lot of pressure, to doubt whether or not he should be friends with Price, and doubt whether or not he should have Price on his show anymore. And Derek he caved to the pressure and the influence, and it didn't want to see his channel get burned down because people with influence with other scholars were threatening to weaponize their influence. And Derek's and to try to destroy MythVision as a consequence of MythVision supporting Price as a scholar. And I'm kind of divided on that issue. I can see both sides of it, but I'm not a person of influence, so it doesn't really matter what I think. So I just let it play out however it's going to. I don't control these people. And so, Derek ended up cutting ties with Price in a public way. And he's never felt good about it ever since then, because this was a deeply connected friend. And he just didn't know what to think. He's like, because he doesn't agree with this far right MAGA stuff. But Dr. Price, as a human being, has never said ugly things to Derek or with Derek. He's only ever behaved in a good way with Derek. And so Derek was really surprised to find out what he said over at
right.
Pine Creek. He was like, wow, he said that? And so he needed time to process it. And he ended up deciding, yeah, maybe for the good of MythVision and maybe for the good of myself, maybe I should cut ties. And I'm simplifying it, I'm paraphrasing, but this is my understanding of it. And so,
right.
But he's never made peace with that, right? He's never felt like, he's always like, have I betrayed a friend? Have I lost somebody important on a principle that doesn't really bear out the decision that I've made? He's never really felt at peace. So recently, Dr. Price went on a different channel, Neil from Gnostic Informant, and nobody gave Neil any real shit for that. They didn't try to get Neil canceled. They didn't try to destroy Neil. It was completely, it didn't hardly cause any commotion. And Derek was thinking about it. He's like, well, maybe it's time to heal this broken relationship, because he's always felt this terrible loss and over the thing. And so he decided to reconnect with Price on a personal level, decided to go ahead and have him on the channel, and not to talk about MAGA stuff, just to talk about Bible stuff, because Dr. Price is very brilliant when it comes to understanding the development of Bibles, how, who wrote what, why they wrote it, what was really happening, what it really means. Really a brilliant mind in that. And so, it's like, why not? Now, Dr. Price over at his own channel does not have a political channel. He doesn't talk about MAGA stuff. He does, as far as I know, doesn't talk about anything like that. It's just Bible stuff, right? So anybody going over there to be influenced by Price is only going to be influenced about what he thinks about Bibles.
Next package can record.
They're not going to be influenced over his views and political stuff. They're not going to be, because that's not the channel he has. And so, when all this came down, the reason, this is what I'm convinced of, the reason people didn't go after Neil about this, but did go after Derek about this, is because Neil never integrated with that part of the community. He never, here's how I see it. People feel like Derek joined their clubhouse, their ideological collective, their church in a way, their atheist church community. He didn't. Derek didn't join their atheist church community, but they felt like he had, because he sometimes shows up at, to talk on channels in the network, and he talks about community on his own channel. And so they felt like, oh, he's one of us. Well, Derek only tried to be one of them in a broader sense of connecting with everybody in the network, right? Community is a much wider net, or a much wider experience for Derek. But when people in this particular inner circle hear the word community, they think you're talking about their small circle, even if you're
tribalism.
Not. Yes,
they think you're talking about their tribe specifically.
Right, but he wasn't. And so what this did was it created a sense of entitlement or ownership, or like you hold stock in a company. It created a sense of he's one of us, and so they assumed that he was signing up to their terms and conditions for membership, even though he wasn't trying to join their inner circle. He didn't know what the terms and conditions were. He wasn't agreeing to those, but they felt like he had. And if you think about the psychology, it's like when somebody tries to leave Islam, Islamic people, fundamentalist Islamic people, might be upset if you make fun of Allah or something, right? Or Muhammad, but they're especially violent if you are Islamic and you try to leave. Right, that's something they cannot tolerate, because it's a disrespect. It feels like a betrayal, and so they will do honor killings, right, to try to, come after you. And so that, with that psychology in play, that's what I think is happening here. People feel a sense of entitlement and ownership over Derek, because they felt like he signed up for a club that he didn't really sign up for, and so they felt betrayed by a violation that he didn't really commit to their personal tribe. And so they felt, in a very kind of Islamic extremist sort of way, like they needed to do an honor killing. And so they came after him, as not everybody, just certain people, as violently as they could within the confines of the law, right, to try to hurt him, to try to cause him distress, knowing all the while that he's a recovering heroin person, right? He's not currently addicted to heroin, but he's got that in his past. It's like being a recovering alcoholic. That psychological wiring is in there somewhere. And because of that, you need to make good, healthy choices every day, to be very mindful that you can't give it any weight. You can't give it the opportunity to pull you back into that world. Now, I don't know that Derek's psychology is vulnerable to that kind of violence. It might not be. But these people, some of them, I think, are hoping that they can be the domino that topples him, that destroys him.
Right.
They don't care about that his children could lose a father. They don't care that his wife could lose a husband. They don't care that his parents could lose a son. In fact, I think some of them would enjoy it to see that happen. And because of that, they forfeit all of their premise to being moral beacons of fortitude in a world gone mad, right? And this is what makes me angry. I'm not angry that they feel like Price shouldn't be on someone's channel. I'm not angry that they're saying so. I'm angry about how some of them decided to handle that. And it's so inexcusable that the more I think about it, the more it just, oh man. And so that's why
terrible.
And so that's the long story short. That's where we're at right now.
Well, I'm glad that you broke that down for me in detail, and it makes a lot of sense, and I agree with you. And it's very, very sad that human beings resort to this shit in 2025 when we're supposedly being progressive, right?
Yeah. Right.
That's
Absolutely.
terrible.
It is.
Wow.
So I'm going to take a break and let my blood pressure come down a few points.
Now let's cut to the chase.
Yeah, you made mine go up too.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Here's how he breaks it down a little bit.
2022, a serious situation happened with Dr. Robert M. Price and myself. A group of individuals, one might call them a mob, literally attacked Dr. Robert M. Price on Twitter. And Bob saw the exchange. He was on Twitter. He could see every comment. These individuals had found that Bob had written articles and comments about various topics not related to Bible years before I had even met him. I didn't realize what kind of group of individuals these were. And I want to warn you that if people ever do something like this to you, this may prove helpful wisdom in a case you find yourself in a similar situation like this. These individuals were all white people. Some were from the trans community, and others I wasn't so sure. But one thing was for sure. They came for blood. They were extremely toxic, aggressive, and derogatory. A girl named Jessica, Heathen Queen, Chrissy Hansen, a girl named Karaya, I believe, and others, many others. They ganged up on me, attacking me for having a racist, transphobic bigot on my platform. You see, I was unaware of the complexity of things politically and socially in this neck of the woods. When you start entering the atheist world, you find out a lot more that you didn't know about how people are.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new...
People in this orbit online hold certain ideas that I wasn't familiar with, and honestly, in some cases, still don't buy into. Here I was getting literally coerced into removing Bob or being canceled. I fought back the best I could with these people, but they literally do not stop. In their minds, they are the pure ones and everyone else is wicked. I personally didn't agree with their interpretations of Bob, with their dehumanizing labels like racist, bigot, transphobe, etc. I made a video, I made it clear that my channel wasn't going to buckle to this pressure and that we didn't have Bob on to talk about his politics. You see, my goal isn't to defend Bob's political views. Rather, it's to show that Bob is a master on Bible, and most people in the world know how to compartmentalize the two. Another important fact is that Bob doesn't talk about his politics on Myth Vision. So I didn't understand why these people were trying to destroy Bob and me. This is where the rubber hits the road. After my video expressing that we are not deplatforming Bob, I was literally coerced into a few decisions. I was approached by Dr. Joshua Bowen and Megan Lewis that they would have to disassociate from me, have nothing to do with me if I didn't remove Bob. I was also threatened by others that they would email academics to pressure them not to join me on my platform and to keep distance because of Robert Price's right-wing conservative writings, which had nothing to do with Myth Vision anyways. What was Robert Price's sins? He spoke about the Black community and its struggles, giving his right-wing antics, which I've heard all my life growing up in North Carolina. To me, he was guilty of his experience and environment. Not that he had any hate or actual racism towards Blacks, but that isn't accurate for this crowd of Puritans. No, they demand blood. I'm not exaggerating. Bob also wrote on trans materials and expressed to me that he doesn't think children should be subject to these transitioning experiments. Well, neither do I. This is transphobia to people in the trans community. What didn't make sense to me was that the person, Chrissy Hansen, who was behind boycotting and trying to destroy Bob, has also had friendly streams with Bob. And Bob has always complimented Chrissy as brilliant, a bright thinker. Bob welcomed everyone and loved all. I swear to God, if there is one, everyone who attacked Bob is guilty as sin, and I'm the biggest sinner in all of this. But we will get there. So I saw an image of a Black mother crying for her son, Mike Brown, who was shot and killed by police, where Bob said that her son was a thug criminal. This was unsettling for me because the mom was crying, and I could imagine my mom crying if I was shot and killed, even if it was during criminal activity. I have experience. Bob was accused of racism because he used the term thug with a black man in an image. I approached Bob about this and told him that they are saying you are a racist because of your use of this word. Bob immediately told me what the word meant to him and why he used it. My only response at that time was that it just seemed unempathetic and heartless to people, and that he should apologize so we can move forward. However, Bob said, "Hell no, I'm not bending the knee to the woke mob." I knew I was in trouble. I didn't agree with Bob's comment on this image, and he made a joke about Washington Redskins should be renamed the Savages. However, when I asked him, he literally told me I was joking. I guess comedy even gets canceled these days. The best analogy that comes to mind is this. Imagine someone walks up to you, slaps you in your face, spits in your face, and then they demand that you apologize to them. And they still demand that to this day because you wrote words about things years ago which they find offensive. Bob didn't want anything to do with this crowd. He saw them. He saw them on Twitter. He saw their behavior. He saw how they attacked him. Derogatory, inflammatory, dehumanizing labels. They were absolutely atrocious. And the way they attacked me was fucking bullshit. And I would never treat any human in this world that way. I cannot tell you how intense this behavior was, not only to Bob, but to myself. Again, Bob didn't want anything to do with this crowd, and I don't blame him. Looking back, I should have followed his lead. You will see why shortly. Here's where things get very tricky, because those who sided with Bob in all of this just think I buckled under pressure and have zero backbone. And now those on the left now think I just deplatformed Bob because I was forced to make the right decision. By the way, those are the exact words they used. A trans person in the community literally said, "They forced me to make the right decision."
The instant relief for snorers in 2025. Hey, stop using stupid nose things for snoring.
Forced. I was so compelled. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. I was so compelled by this group and its demands originally, and their threats to destroying what I built, that all I could think of was my family or Bob. When I asked Bob to apologize because I was letting the crowd dictate what I was going to do, when I should honestly have blocked them and walked away. Advice for future wisdom for you. And Bob said no. It was like my mind started to think they were right about him and all their accusations. Little did I consider at the time what I would have done if I saw people dehumanizing me. In fact, you will see their vomit on the web after this video because of this video. I suffered from what is called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is a psychological state of discomfort experienced when an individual holds conflicting beliefs, values, and behaviors. This discomfort motivates them to reduce the dissonance by changing their beliefs, behaviors, or perceptions of the situation. Let me break this down. I know Bob personally over many, many years. My firsthand experience with Bob literally showed me the amazing human being he really is, and that he is not a racist. The dissonance happened in my brain when people took his words and labeled those words on him and attacked him with many derogatory ways and threatened me that I will do something about this or else. I will remove him or else. So this pressure and the fact that I didn't agree with Bob in his statements made it obvious that he must be what all these people accuse him of. Bob recommended that he just walk away from MythVision. And I was just agreeing with him on the phone. But because I let these people in my head and allowed their threats to get to me and Bob wouldn't apologize, I felt betrayed.
So that's pretty much the gist of it, I guess. I can't play the whole thing. But hey, Caleb, how you doing today, sir?
Doing all right. Enjoying my breakfast burrito.
Cool, man. Glad we could provide a little conversation in the morning. Yeah, we were just talking earlier about, the tribalism that happens even among, unbelievers and stuff, like, we kind of went over some of the flack we were getting yesterday when Sophia was trying to outline her view, and it continues on in groups and stuff like that. And it's okay to push back. It's okay to challenge, and but it starts getting questionable when people don't really listen, and they repeat the same points, and you just wonder if they're trying to have a gotcha moment. But anyways, we just talk about it as for what it is and let people interpret it. And we see the tribalism here too. This tribalism happens all over the place, not just with religious folks. So
I get it. As someone who's both an atheist and on the left, it's like, well, on the atheist side, it's like I'll explain my position of holding philosophical atheism, and other atheists are just like, your position doesn't exist. I'm like, wait, what? It's like they can't comprehend that atheism can be a proposition or a single belief. It's
right. That's what we're talking about. Like Pine Creek. I don't know if you know Doug Pine Creek, but he's a right. He leans right. He's not MAGA necessarily, but he's a conservative person, and he's also an atheist. And he used to do nothing but atheist shows, But then he started doing politics, and then all of his fans kind of dumped him because they found out he's not on the left. So he's got a lot of flack from the atheist community for being on the right. So it's kind of weird. And I do notice that. It seems like most people in the atheist camp probably lean left.
Without any, sort of empirical investigation, I'd agree with that. And, it's like, but the thing is, even, just sometimes being on the left isn't enough. It's like you have to be this particular left, or you're going to be crucified.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I wanted to say thank you. First of all, hi. I'm probably going to have to get out of here because my dogs are going nuts, as you can tell. But I wanted to say thank you for that comment that I'm just reading. And if you don't mind, can I read it?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, you said I would expect nothing less, just as I would defend my position of atheistic naturalism against theism. Like you, though, I welcome the critique. We aren't afraid of pushback. Hold on, let me go in this room because this dog is having a fit. Like you, though. Sorry, I'm old. I can't see little shit. Hold up. Like you, though, I welcome the critique. We aren't afraid of pushback because we aren't insecure in our beliefs, and we try not to be dogmatic about our beliefs. Just one of things I respect you guys for. It was also hard, so completely understandable. It's almost impossible sometimes to get a word in edgewise. Yeah, I agree. First of all, thank you. At least there's someone who doesn't see us as dogmatic, because we really try not to be dogmatic. And yesterday was just kind of wild, and that's why we're kind of doing this follow-up show, so it can be a little more focused on what we really were trying to focus on, and also be able to address some of the critique and kind of differentiate between critique and just tribalistic attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello, how's it going? Baron Nowitz. How do you pronounce that?
Oh, it's a mouthful, so you can just say bear, but to say it's like Baranovich.
Oh, okay, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I literally just come across the stream with the open link. Just figured if it's okay if I jump in, but
Sure.
if it's like a community thing or something I'm not with, I can just go if you want.
No, we're good. We welcome all call-ins, and we like different perspectives, different challengers, or just people who want to, platform some beliefs so we can kind of challenge you maybe. So it's both ways.
Okay. How's my audio? Is it okay?
Yeah, your audio sounds great, actually.
Oh, good. If it had any problems, just let me know. I'll fix it.
Well, where are you from?
What was that? Sorry.
Where are you from?
Oh, the United Kingdom, sadly.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh.
Why you said sadly? Oh my God, I love you. I love the accent.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, what was it you were discussing then, before I hopped in?
Okay. So at the very beginning, we were just kind of going over Sophia's view. You know, we talk a lot about idealism and metaphysics on this channel. And so mainly,
Okay.
yeah, so we discuss mainly metaphysics, philosophy of mind, religion, spirituality, atheism, unbelief, belief, all that kind of good stuff, and epistemology and stuff like that. So we just have these sort of conversations, and we're trying to build out what we call a conscious community, you know, people who are on their own path and would like to sort of talk about their beliefs or have them challenged or challenge ours and back and forth, just as a way of making the public aware of, you know, in specific idealism and different views, metaphysic views. But we were also talking about, in this case, tribalism and how, like, a lot of us here, we may identify as unbelievers, not Christians, maybe even atheists or agnostic. And we notice that even within those groups, there's a lot of group think that goes on, even though a lot of people pride themselves on being free thinkers, so to speak. If they find out you have maybe different political views or different spiritual views or something outside of atheism, they'll still see you as the quote unquote enemy. And so this was kind of an example of how that can spiral, this situation with myth vision. And so even yesterday when we were talking about Sophia's model of consciousness, you know, we got a few rude comments and a few things, and you know, he came back on though to his credit and apologized. The fellow atheist, but he's like, you know, this is woo woo, this is bullshit. Where's the science? Blah 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 blah. It's like, instead of really engaging with us fairly and giving us a chance, we dealt with a lot of defensiveness on both sides. So.
Oh yeah, no, because that's the problem with not all, but when it comes to most outspoken atheists who like to discuss this type of stuff, for them it's always the scientific argument. But even if you were to turn around and provide scientific evidence of like a religious viewpoint, they would deny it and say that's not scientific.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Right. It's like you can't win for losing with dogmatic people.
No.
Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't. I'm a Catholic, but I don't deny science or its advances or its history and acknowledgements. You know, but when people use it as a strong arm to every single argument that is presented, it pretty much just becomes a repetitive thing that falls flat on its face.
Right. Yeah, I'm just looking at more comments. We got on our show. Dave Pandia says consciousness might be another one of those tautologies. In my humble opinion, for a thing to be conscious, it must have an inside and outside. The outside must show the properties of being awake and aware, and the inside should recognize the state of the two properties. What am I missing? So I'm just letting him know that you may be missing the view is based on non-dualism, and this makes the hard problem of consciousness dissolve. And so I kind of agree. You know, we have dualism as a way to relate to you know, to other conscious minds, for example. But I think he's a little confused on that.
Yeah, but that's just in practice in a way, right? But the deeper meaning is that it's all one, it's all unified. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't focus on it to the point where we believe that materialism is foundational and matter is the only thing there is.
Yeah. You know, it's a perspective. You know, we kind of talked about on another perspective. You've got like B theory, for example, and on B theory, speaking about before and after might not make so much sense because on that view, everything is just equally real. You know what I mean? And so it wouldn't really be a coherent thing to say, well, what happens before or after based on that modeling. Now, on another modeling where you sort of base your premise on causation, then yeah, time and causation makes sense, and you can talk about, you know, well, when I let go of the rock, it falls and drops, and then a second later it hits the ground or whatever. And that way, it makes a lot of sense. But if you take like this real big outside metaphysical view and use maybe B theory as a guide, you can kind of come up with an idea that there is no actual causation. It's just relations. And those relations are just as real as the experience of causation,
Right.
from a different perspective.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we mean by idealism. It's just a viewpoint. It's just another way of looking at reality from maybe a bigger view. Are you are you familiar with what is your experience with metaphysics, or do you have any?
When you say metaphysics, is that the I might get this wrong. Is this the stuff that we've got so much evidence in theory but not in practice, or have I got that wrong?
Kind of, that's related. Metaphysics is like ontology.
Like which, sorry?
Like, what is, you know, it's about what is reality, which we don't have any scientific.
Like the underlying, like when you break it down all the way to the smallest denominator. You know,
what is a subatomic particle?
Right. It's like materialism is a metaphysic. It says that matter is the fundamental thing. Idealism would say consciousness is the fundamental thing. Platonism would say that forms are the underlying thing. Panpsychism would say that both material and consciousness are the fundamental thing.
Yeah.
So in a way, I guess in a way, sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in a way, I guess panpsychism does play into my model, and I want to clarify something about that. I tried yesterday, but yesterday was insane. So, you know, basically what my model could also allude to is that everything is conscious, yeah, but then there's levels of consciousness. So that means consciousness expresses itself through matter, and everything therefore is basically conscious. But a rock, for example, can't self-reflect or any of that, but you know that there's like very low frequencies that it can manifest into different forms of different forms of energy, just different forms of energy. And we're not saying that every form of energy, once it's matter, is automatically conscious or can self-reflect or anything like that. It may have potential, but that's it. And sometimes it just stays at that potential, just like human beings. Like you might be a human being that has the potential to be a mathematician, but because of you vibrating at a low frequency due to depression or something, it could shut down your potential. You see what I'm saying? So it never really goes any further than that, and you're just stuck there. And that's kind of how I see a rock.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I mean, with consciousness, it's definitely a multi-layered thing, because, you know, when an ant has consciousness, but an ant will never go, or, you know, it'll never reflect or go, you know what, I don't want to be part of the hive, I'm going to go off and do my own thing. Where, you know, as you get further up the scale, different animals will have different levels, and then we come to us, the humans, where we've got so much of that, we can pretty much do whatever.
Right, we have more reason and more inner reflection, and we know how to bring our potential outward more. We're just more evolved, I guess, or something. And but as an idealist, we're saying this is all happening or exists within consciousness. These are all just aspects of consciousness.
Humanity has always had the thing to ask why, which is, why do I do this, or why do I do that? Why do we build such small buildings? I want to build a big one.
Right, and that's pretty much what I'm saying is the nature of consciousness. It's its own light. It has the ability to reflect on itself.
Yes.
And we do. That's all we do because we're trying to find meaning and create meaning.
In fact, I'm working on making another chapter. Me and Sophia are working on a project, and I'm building out another chapter in our story. And I'll probably put it also in a video format as well, like we did with her model. But this is talking about biosemiotics. And biosemiotics plays right into what Sophia was just talking about. It's biosemiotics that I'm kind of explaining is like an interdisciplinary field that studies the role of signs and meanings in physical systems. And this is from individual cells to human cultures to even nature itself. And it examines kind of like how living organisms create, interpret, utilize signs for communication, information processing, cognition, and how it performs a feedback loop in order to learn in nature and to relate to other conscious beings. In fact, it's kind of like when you take a nice deep breath in, like, it makes you feel better, but what you're doing is you're just interacting with nature because, you've got all these molecules, air molecules, strands of, bacteria and different, entities that you're breathing in that you don't even see. And they're all sort of relating to your body and you feeling better. So this breathing becomes like a sort of representation of something in your mind, even. It may be like a sign of relief or a sign of pleasure or whatever it may be. Maybe contextual, maybe heavy breathing is a sign of anxiety. A lot of different ways that you can use signs and representations in consciousness in order to derive a meaning from your interactions, right? And I think all living creatures do this. And so,
definitely, because I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're everywhere. We are actually in an ecosystem, so we're not just this isolated island like we may think. But go right ahead.
Oh yeah, no, of course, because one of the big things I know with that is with humans, regardless of upbringing or like nature and nurture, we will have intrinsic values that appeal to pretty much most of us. And the big thing was, so do you remember when they were trying to figure out a way to dispose of toxic waste and keep it away from like human contact? So they were trying to find a universal signage or something to keep people away. So they built these big spike forests because they went, no matter of language, intelligence, or perception, people won't go near that because they all have the intrinsic value of that is danger.
Yeah. And, it's like intuition. We develop intuition based on how we understand things. Like I was explaining yesterday to someone, I think me and you, Sophia, were talking about that. It's like somebody may have a bad experience in a big city, right? And so every time they may visit the big city or something, they have this feeling like they don't want to be there. They may see the big city as a representation of some negative thing, right? And so they've kind of learned this negative representation that they project now onto reality. And so I've got this other thing I call the mirror system of perception. And it's and I think me and James, we talked about that, in case he's still out there. but it's sort of like your perception builds out your reality. And the good thing about that, though, is that you can sort of change your reality in a way by just exposing yourself to the things that you would rather perceive and understand differently, to create a different perception. And the more you perceive the thing is positive, the more it programs your subconscious so that now you project that meaning into your consciousness and out to the world. And so now you've just changed your situation from a negative life to maybe a positive life. And it works the other way too, though. It works any way that you program yourself to be. I think Bruce Lipton, who is the father of epigenetics, talked about how environment can really change our perceptions and therefore our reality in life as a biological system.
Yeah, especially with environment as well, because two people from polar opposites will never be the same. They'll have a different view or a different feeling towards one thing. Like if you took someone from a really hot area and someone from a really cold area, they'll have complete abstract opinions when it comes to those.
Yep. Absolutely. So Sophia's out. So, okay, Sophia, we'll see you next time. And I'm going to wrap the stream up in just a little bit. I can't go on too long myself, but
oh, no worries then.
And go ahead and repeat your question again. I was kind of distracted.
Oh, myself.
Yeah. What did you ask?
Oh no. Oh, sorry. That wasn't a question. It was just when you were saying about obviously like nature and stuff and perception. As I said, if you take people from two abstract points, they will have opposing views on those points because of where they did the from or where they were natured.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm really interested in this biosemiotic process. It's like a way for me to sort of investigate how signs are used to convey meaning within those biological systems. So this could include, I'm thinking genetic codes, epigenetic markers, cellular signaling, and just animal and human behavior and communication. All that stuff sort of plays a part in that representation. And it's really cool because what it really does is it combines insights from different disciplines like biology, linguistics, philosophy. It's very sort of idealistic the way that I'm coming at it, because I'm kind of looking at nature as just a unified system, and we're just within the system itself. So we're communicating from within the system, playing a role, kind of like even in your own body. You've got all these cells that are communicating, regulating, and things you're not even conscious of, right? Like your breathing, your heart rate, your digestion, the way you're when you sneeze, it's like it's getting rid of things that it's fighting. Your body's constantly maintaining you and defending you, and it's all doing this not with that outcome even in mind. It's sort of like a colony. It's kind of like a hive mind sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking at biosemiotics as kind of like how it relates to that sort of hive mind, or it's a new way to understand non-human consciousness. It's just another way that consciousness expresses itself in the world.
Yeah, I definitely have to look more. Because don't get me wrong, I only know a little bit about science, so it's something I do have to look more upon. Because for me, philosophy is always my field of favor. So,
do you have metaphysical views that you don't want to share, Bear?
So when it comes to metaphysical, I don't have a view that I could portray across accurately, because it would, if I tried to explain myself, it would just sound jumbled and nonsensical.
Yeah,
I've only got a small grasp when it comes to metaphysics. So if I tried to put a point across a point, it would just sound, as I said, stupid and pretty much basic if it did.
Yeah, that's understandable. And, even I always like to say this, that even though I may lean idealist genuinely, I can't really prove it scientifically or anything like that. In fact, that's sort of entailed in my view is that consciousness isn't a thing that really exists, like trees or things you can put in a lab, like trees, rocks, the sky, the air, the stars, the planets, the cosmos. It doesn't exist in that kind of way. But
Exactly.
we know
Yeah. I mean,
real.
sorry.
We know it's real, though. That's what makes it. That's what makes the consciousness a different category of investigation. So our language can sort of limit us when we talk about it, and so it's kind of a challenge. And that's what makes it fun for me is like, how can I communicate the concepts of idealism? Because it's a challenge because we're talking about different categories, and our language is so dualistic in nature, and it's so materialistic in nature because it's so intuitive. That's what we intuit.
Yeah.
Let's see. You said you were Catholic. Did you grow up in a Catholic household, or did you come into Catholicism?
Oh yeah. So I grew up in a Catholic household, and further down the line, I was sort of skeptical. But then when I started going my own path about it, it was sort of I was like, oh, find my own way type of thing. I don't try to enforce my religion upon other people, and it's my own personal thing, so I won't get like upset or angry if someone's got an opposing view or a different perception.
Mm-hmm. Are you? So I guess you're a theist. That would be accurate. You believe in God, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want to make it interesting, what we usually do here is we usually ask people why they believe what they do, with their permission, of course. If you would like to have that conversation where we can do a little epistemology, not to challenge you, but just to kind of understand, your confidence levels and how you arrive at those beliefs and sort of explore it, maybe like through a Socratic method. Is that something you'd be willing to do for a few minutes?
Yeah, no, of course. And don't worry about challenging me. Like, as I said, I'm not going to get upset or angry because, you've got a certain way of view or you think this or that. Everyone's entitled to their own viewpoint. Do you know what I mean?
Cool. So when it comes to the belief in God, how would you define a God in your opinion first?
For me, I would when you say God, would you say a God or the God?
The God you believe in. How would you define God?
I would define the God as the creator of all things. However, it's not as simple as that. I would say that if God is this unfathomable, uncomprehendable thing that we can't really grasp at, he is the creator of all things. Life has a reason, and given the timeline of everything throughout history, there is a definite notion there. I would say that there has to be someone or something above all else. And that's where my belief in God comes from. Because a lot of people think, oh, God made like Adam and Eve and it was simple as that. Whereas I think, no, if God is this truly above all else intelligence, he would make things like the atom, the photon, the mass, stuff like that.
Would you say that God is personal?
I would say God is multifaceted, where he is personal, but also sort of everywhere.
Omniscient, okay. Or omnipresent. Okay.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So just to recap, so God is creator of all things, unfathomable, incomprehensible, intelligent and personal and ever present. So it leads to a question that just pops up in my head. If God is incomprehensible and unfathomable, then how do you know these things to be true, that he's intelligent, personal, and ever present?
That is a really good question, because don't get me wrong, it's kind of like a, as you said, like contradictory thing, where if he's everywhere but we can't fathom him, how can we? I think with the omnipresence, he is something that we can grasp onto, but something that we could never truly unravel and understand. So it's kind of like a spirit in the wind, where he is there, but we will never get the full thing.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say that, because you said that, you know, that there has to be this thing above all else, this fundamental foundation that you would call God, but you're obviously also a Catholic. So what made you, because it's like you could be just a deist and believe that there's this higher being. So what makes you believe that it's, you know, the omni God in the Bible, you know, Jesus is also, you know, God and man, you know, and that he died for our sins and rose from the dead?
Wait, I was going to say, you talking about the Trinity, where Jesus is God and God is Jesus. And
well, I mean, we can get to the Trinity, but I mean, just for now, just like what is, I'm more interested in, like, so like if we're just going off of an all, you know, a God that's responsible for everything, it's like you can just easily get that from being a deist. And so I'm just thinking, what made you gravitate more towards Christianity being true than just there being a God out there?
For me, it was always the saints, because for me personally, I view the saints as vassals towards God, whilst also being a human counterpart towards us. You know, because we can look at the saints and say, oh, they were human like us, but they were, you know, vassals and messengers towards the Lord, which is, you know, a big drawing point for us. That's why, you know, throughout human civilization, multiple, you know, previous civilizations have deified certain aspects of life. That's why, you know, the Aztecs had the god of death, the Egyptians had the god of death, the Romans, the Greeks. We like to deify certain aspects of life without a fully understanding, where with Christianity, there is a bit more knowledge towards that deification.
Knowledge for deification. So with the saints, what is it about the saints that you know about that led you to Catholicism, I would ask?
With the saints, it was more the fact that there are saints who are revered as like these perfect beings that did no wrong, but then there's a lot of other saints that were essentially just human, that, you know, through veneration or worship of the Lord or through certain actions, they became martyred or deified. And with that, you know, it's a big draw for us. With humans, we like to draw towards things that associate with us.
Oh, so kind of anthropomorphic, is that the word? Can never get that
Oh,
word.
yeah, anthropomorphism. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So, let me think of another question. So, how do you said that the saints are people that did no wrong. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
So certain saints are revered as people who did no wrong, but then you've got a lot of other saints who, you know, they were sinners who became saints, like Saint Dismas and is it Longinus, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Which is what draws us, you know, because if you've got someone who thinks they're a bad person and they look upon these aspects and go, hey, that person was a bit bad like me, but he was redeemed. Maybe I should, you know, gravitate towards that.
Okay. So how do you define right and wrong in that case?
To be honest with you, I would say that right and wrong is down to everyone's personal perspective. Like I couldn't, I personally could not be the arbiter of what is right and wrong, because, you know, you might have a differing opinion. That makes sense. So personally, I couldn't say this is a definitive right and this is a definitive wrong.
Is it possible that your idea of right and wrong is incorrect?
It is possible, yes, because you know, someone could come up to me with an argument of, yeah, let's say I said stealing is wrong, no matter what, stealing is wrong, but you said, but what happened if you steal to feed the poor or feed a starving family? I would go, well, maybe in that sense, yeah. And in that way, you have changed my view, because I've gone from all stealing is wrong to most stealing is wrong, but some of it's okay.
And what is your standard for right and wrong? Like what do you reference to decide whether something, just person, because I think you said that it depends on the person, but for you, what is your standard? Like what do you personally reference against to know if something's right or wrong?
I think that depends on what you're asking me. So if you were to ask me about what's your stance on murder, I'd say, oh yeah, you know, most murder is wrong. However, there could be cases where it's right.
If you'd allow me, Scott.
Yeah, go right ahead, man.
See if I can come at this from a different angle and say, where does God fit into the equation of morality?
I believe that. So personally, I believe when it comes to like God and morality, it's a ever-evolving thing that has moved forward with society, because as we have developed and learned, we can have circumstances where we will question, you know, like, as I said, let's say for the longest time in a society, it was like, oh, murder is wrong. But then as that society develops and we learn more, we could say, yes, murder is wrong, but is it wrong to murder in defense of your country? Is it wrong to murder in defense of another? So I believe God does play a part in that morality, but we evolve and change our views with the aspect of God.
So you're saying that right and wrong is relative?
To a degree, yes. Yeah, to a degree, it is relative.
Okay. Let me ask you this: is slavery right or wrong? To enslave?
Oh, it's definitely wrong. I know that it's in the Bible, and it's definitely a wrong fact.
So was God good at the time to make slavery okay?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. So if God can be wrong on slavery, could God possibly be wrong about other things?
He could, yes, because you know, it could be a case of with the society he was dealing with at the time, they have a certain viewpoint. And, you know,
so ever agree that your belief in this God, following this God, could be the wrong thing possibly at this time, if that's the case?
Do you know what? Yes, I will say, you know, it could be the wrong thing. It's just, for me, I've got personal faith, and you know that's the one thing that can't be shaken. Like, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of contradictions. Sorry.
Yeah. What is faith? I don't mean to cut you off. I just always have to ask when I hear that. What does faith mean?
For me, faith is a personal, individual thing that is different from one individual to another.
Right.
And faith is always something that has to be tested. You can't have faith if it's not tested.
What does it mean to test faith?
Well, you could point out like fallacies and contradictions and wrong sayings within the Bible. It could be like a personal endeavor where you could be going through a hard time. You know, maybe you've lost your house or your family or someone you love. It's like a constant test.
So, like a person who's part of the KKK has faith that white people are more superior than black people. Could they be mistaken with using their faith for that claim?
Definitely yes, because they've, well, especially with the KKK as well, because their Christian foundings are completely mislaid. But even if, you know, if you do have an individual who does have that way towards the faith,
and you could say that their faith is that they interpret the Bible. They have faith that their interpretation of the Bible supports their view that white people are superior, and they could be mistaken, you say, yeah?
They could, yes. But you could also use the Bible and say, where does it say that a white person is superior? You know,
right. Correct. But it's just looking at faith itself, because it seems like faith takes people in different directions, even like you just exemplified. Faith can be used to believe in opposing things. Like a KKK person can have faith that their interpretation of the Bible means whites are superior, and another person could have faith that the interpretation of the Bible says the opposite. And how do we know who might have the right faith?
Oh, no, definitely, because it goes even further back than that, like the Crusades, where people had faith in, you know, invading the Arab lands and killing people. It was their faith thinking that they were doing the right thing and stuff. Which is why we also need society to constantly combat that faith as well. And, you know, prove them the error of their ways and say, you know, this isn't the right thing to do.
But if faith in itself as a concept is unreliable, then why do we need faith to better society, since it's so unreliable, since it leads to opposing views?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I don't think we need faith to have a better society. I think it's a moving pillar towards that, maybe. But, you know, it's like definitely something we don't need to progress society. It all just like stems from the same root.
So would it be fair to say that faith is mainly just a strong hope or belief in something?
Yes, faith is, with faith, it's definitely like, because, you know, you could have one person who has faith in one complete thing, and maybe society as a whole go, no, that's completely wrong. Or someone can have faith in another thing that everyone goes, yes, that, you know, that's completely right, that's perfect. Faith is definitely something that I could not pin down and analyze accurately.
So if faith is something we can't pin down and really be a surefire way to know that our beliefs are true, what method would you think would lead us to truth in a more certain way? Maybe not completely, but at least a more certain way than faith.
I would say more of a societal method where, you know, people from all walks of life and different views and, you know, different perceptions on things could come together and ultimately say, you know, is this right? Is this wrong? And don't get me wrong, I know society is not always perfect. And if you go back to the past, you'll find multiple examples of society coming together and doing the wrong thing.
Right. So if society can be wrong morally on decisions and even factual, like, you know, there was a time when most everyone believed the world was flat in the center of the universe, and they were probably wrong for that. And since that's the case, and you're saying that society has historically been wrong about things over time. How is following society a more sure way to know right and wrong than faith itself?
Mostly because I think society's always evolving and always like growing and stuff like that. Obviously, with like the way information is now, we can articulate and extrapolate what we think, and we can have a majority census that goes, yes, this, this is right, this is wrong. So when we do look at that, it's not always going to be perfect, but considering what has come before, it's been a lot better.
So progress, you're kind of looking at societies progressing, and are they progressing because of faith, or do you think that they're progressing because cultural norms just change over time and we interpret that it is better now?
Cultural norms do definitely play a part, but I think we more just obviously progress towards as we think, because
that gets back to the standard. So if it's progressing towards a more perfect moral, what is that object where we are progressing to? Like, there's got to be some sort of referent. And I know you mentioned relativity, like you said, it was kind of relational. And then faith, you mentioned faith, but we know faith is not that reliable because it can take us to different viewpoints. So what is the standard that society is progressing towards? Like, what is that moral standard so that we know we're progressing? Like, if we were to plot it out and we say that, society is going in this direction, more towards this thing, what is that thing that society is going towards?
If it was to plot it out, I would say that it's moving towards the exceptionalist value, where we can all say this is wrong, but there are exceptions.
An exceptional. So break that down for me, because I'm not sure how to mirror you.
Yeah. So with that, we would have a solid viewpoint and say murder is wrong, but with the exceptionist value, we would say, yes, murder is wrong. However, there are exceptions. And we would go, stealing is wrong. However, there are exceptions. And we would essentially keep going down the list, where we do have a solid standpoint on certain views and say, yes, it is wrong, but there will be exceptions that, go against the grain.
So are you saying, like, as time goes on and societies change, morality becomes more complex?
Definitely, yes, because like with the Ten Commandments, where it's like murder is wrong, but as we progress throughout society, it's like, yes, murder is wrong, but as I said, is it wrong to kill in defense of your country or someone you love, or you're saving someone?
So you value that relational factor. You value the fact that we can say, well, murder is wrong, but in this case, maybe not as wrong, or something like that. That's kind of a value that you're promoting, I guess, right?
Yeah, because even though I'm religious, I'm a firm believer in like a free society and, people having life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I would never advocate for like a fully religious society, because it would clamp down on certain aspects that are harmless as we perceive. So, as I said, even though I am religious, I am also someone who believes in liberty. So we have to intertwine the two and find a middle point.
So let me ask you this. Like Jesus said that all those who call on the name of Jesus will be saved, but those who don't, I never knew you, or, there was definitely not good things in store for people who didn't see Jesus as the Savior. Are there any exceptions to that rule?
Yes, because so speaking about like biblical stuff now, there is a moment in the Bible where Jesus goes to the garden and he witnesses every single sin that man could, would, and commit, and still, sacrifices himself.
Mm-hmm.
I am a bit against the whole sort of, accept Jesus and you'll be saved part. I know that sounds weird, but I'm a bit against that.
Okay, so a fundamentalist would call you a weak-kneed, flag-waving, phony Christian.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
The question I have then is like, when it comes to like the concept of heaven and hell, when it comes to hell, do you believe that if someone goes to hell, is that an eternal punishment, or are you more of like a universalist, or do you believe like if the being separated from God means being separated from existence and you cease to exist? Like, how would you go about that?
With me, I believe in like a multi-layered hell. I know that there are, with some Catholics, they believe that for every sin you commit, you get so many years in hell. So, it's like, oh, if I do all these bad things, I'll get like 710 years in hell, but after that, I'll get out and go to heaven. It's always different depending on like the church and their viewpoints. For me, I believe that there are redeemable actions, but there are also irredeemable actions.
So, what would you classify as irredeemable?
What would it classify as like an irredeemable thing, or?
Yeah.
I won't say it on the stream, but I would say someone who likes kids.
Okay, so a pedophile.
Yeah. So no, I didn't want to say on stream because I know what YouTube's like.
I get, but
yeah. Go ahead.
We know though that like when it comes to that sort of thing, that it's like it seems like we have no control over what we're attracted to. So, are you saying that like just being a pedophile is irredeemable, or like does the pedophile have to act on attraction?
Yeah. So just having those like thoughts and attractions, I don't like it, but I can't stop it. That's how they are. Acting upon it is, that's the irredeemable factor. The same would go for someone who forces himself on another. Having those thoughts and fantasies, that's in your mind. I'm not gonna mind police it over that, but acting upon it.
Is there any exceptions to acting on pedophilia being wrong?
No, when it comes to acting upon it, no.
So, so if humans progress and they're progressing towards the standard of exceptions, that all applies except in the case of pedophilia.
Oh, so you're saying like if society kept going and they were like, oh, we're going to accept this?
Yeah, because you had mentioned, I asked you, what is the standard of right and wrong that society is moving towards? Like if we could plot it out. And you mentioned that it's when societies have these principle of exceptions is what, because like Caleb said, it seems like society, when they become more complex, then it's not so black and white. There's exceptions. Like you said, maybe murder's wrong, but maybe if you're defending yourself, or maybe if there's other scenarios that can counteract the wrongness of an act, that we
Ah.
usually situations are bad, and so I've accepted that. But now you're saying that pedophilia, there's no exception when people act on pedophilia. So I'm trying to figure out where's the consistency in that, because of society, it may come a point where society says, you know what, pedophilia, not too bad. There's exceptions to it. Maybe the child has given his consent to it, and now we
Yeah,
as a society have accepted that consent.
right. Yeah, do you know what? You are correct there, because society could get to that point where it becomes an acceptable thing. When I was saying that paedophilia is unacceptable, that is a personal viewpoint of mine. If society were to reach that point, I would highly disagree and fight against it, but I couldn't stop the progress of society. So I would highly be against it.
So
but if society went that way, it's something that I couldn't. We could fight back against it, but it's not something we could potentially stop.
So on that view, is it fair to say that exceptionalism isn't always a good thing in society?
No, yeah, exceptionalism isn't always a good thing, because it does open the door for like certain things.
So would you believe that there is a better standard then that we could look to?
To be honest with you, I couldn't actually say in my opinion, what's like the best, what would be my ideal society, because you never know. Because you could have an objectivist society where we make all these grand advances in science and technology, but it's built on the back of like bodies and greed and suffering. Or you could have a voluntarist society where everyone's fine and happy, but there's zero progress and there's actually some regress.
I mean, for me, and you by all means push back on my stuff. I know we're trying to do this.
Oh no! Honestly, this is fine. I love like doing stuff like this. Literally, like any opinion you want.
I mean, to me, like my own personal ethical framework is I try to ground that in humanity.
Like well-being.
Humanism. There we go.
Humanism.
But so to me, it's like, all right. So, what are some standards that humanism tried to set for themselves? Or philosophy. And it's like, so there's human well-being, and so it's like, all right. So then we got to define what human well-being is, and we can, even though it's my moral framework is subjective, it's like once we can agree upon objective goals of like what we want to accomplish, then to me that takes away a lot of the headache of it's like it's how we're able to come up with the International Bill of Rights of and try to work towards goals of trying to make sure that everyone across the globe is has human dignity and has the chance of what's laid out in the Declaration of Independence, life, pursuit of happiness, liberty, and all that.
Can I challenge you a little bit? Can I challenge you a little bit there, Caleb?
By all means.
Just to be fair, yeah. So with the humanistic approach, how do you test for these theories? Like, say, like self-actualization, congruence, these sort of concepts.
Well, I mean, it's so like, and let's take, human well-being, for example. It's like, all right, so once we can agree on, or once the majority can agree on a certain definition, it's like, all right, so then we can like ask the question of like, do humans need human rights? All right, so then what's the best way of achieving a human right? Like what is, we can ask the question of like, does slavery, does that go towards giving someone personal freedom? It's like we can, we can, ask these questions. We can run, experiments. It's like we can.
Oh, yeah. Could I chime in that quick? Sorry.
Yeah. No.
So when it comes to stuff like that, for me, it's context is a huge factor for it. So when it comes to America and the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, that was a pushback against oppression, but that was that was their viewpoint, that was their thing. But then if you look at the same thing in Weimar Germany after World War One, they did their thing because they wanted to push back against oppression. However, they did it in their right, which would, was National Socialism.
Mm-hmm.
So it does definitely depend upon the scenario and the consensus of the mass.
That kind of leads me to a question like, how do you solve this? How do you solve the problem of individual autonomy and the need for collective action, like for social responsibility?
Okay.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
No, I wasn't sure if you were asking Bear that.
I was asking you, Caleb.
Okay. So to me, that is a balancing act. So take abortion and vaccines, for example. To me, on abortion, I would fall on the side of the individual. It's up to them, their bodily autonomy, or and in this case, the woman's bodily autonomy. So, but then it's like, well, so does that mean that I would also justify someone's bodily autonomy when it comes to vaccines? But it's like, then to me though, that becomes more complex because it's not just about a person's individual autonomy anymore, but also the variable of public health comes into place there. So it's like then it's like, all right, so we got to balance someone's bodily autonomy versus the greater good of the society. It's like, so then we can look at the data that we do have to help make those tough decisions. It's like when we look at polio or smallpox, it's like in the case of smallpox, it's like at least as far as we know, we have globally eradicated that. And with polio, it's like and except for some third world countries, it's it's all but been eradicated for most of the world. It's like, so it's like, it seems to me like, obviously there's going to be mistakes and no one's perfect, and it's like there's going to be bad vaccines, bad batches, and it's like, so it's like, we got to make sure that we're trying to get things right and be transparent. But it's like, to me, it's like you should try to nudge the public into wanting to get the vaccine in order to so that
right. Well, that's a good point, and that kind of brings a principle question to mind. Like, humanists might reject the Bible, like due to historical inconsistencies or immorality therein, and so some Christians may view humanism as a threat to such beliefs in the Bible. Like maybe there's fundamentalists. How can humanism solve that issue without overstepping the freedoms of fundamentalist Christians to believe that slavery is correct or abortion is wrong, or
I mean, it's not a perfect system, but it's like, to me, and I have a suspicion that Bear would agree with me that it's like the best sort of society that we could form is a secular society where we where we try to respect everyone's religious beliefs or non-religious beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
And, so that means the laws that govern our society are neutral in that respect, or try to be, that separation of church and state.
I think sorry.
Well, and so but as we can see in the United States, it's, even though we technically are a secular society, it's like the fact that we have so much freedom of speech and religious protection, it's like sometimes it can get lopsided, and now we have Christian nationalists trying to impose their view on our society, and so it's like it can be a double-edged sword in that way.
Yeah, it's always a hard thing, because with America especially, because I've always said this to Americans, but the Constitution is a great thing, but it has cracks. So when it comes to stuff like freedom of speech, that is a great aspect. But however, a far right person can convey their freedom of speech, and it can be widely condemned, but they've got the right to say it. Or someone could come up with abhorrent views, but they've got the right to say it. I think society will never be perfect, but we have to branch towards what is the overall good for everyone.
Yeah, there is a humanist manifesto, and I think I have it. Yeah. So it says we're committed to the application of reason and science to understand the universe and the solving of human problems. We deploy efforts to integrate human intelligence, to the world in supernatural terms, and to look outside nature for salvation. We are committed to the principle of the separation of church and state, and we affirm humanism as a realistic alternative to theology of despair and the ideologies that they such as science.
I was just going to say, your mic's, it's sort of like drop quality, it's a bit more muffly.
Okay, let me get up.
Much better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Is it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I just thought I'd let you know.
Did you hear? I was reading a little bit of the manifesto. Did you hear it?
I heard it said Humanist Manifesto, and then it was all muffled.
It was hard to understand.
Okay, so the manifesto reads, "We are committed to the application of reason and science to the understanding of the universe and to the solving of human problems. We deplore efforts to denigrate human intelligence, to seek to explain the world in supernatural terms, and to look outside nature for salvation. We are committed to the principle of the separation of church and state. We affirm humanism as a realistic alternative to theologies of despair and ideologies of violence. We believe in optimism rather than pessimism, hope rather than despair, learning in the place of dogma, truth instead of ignorance, joy rather than guilt or sin, tolerance in the place of fear, love instead of hatred, compassion over selfishness, beauty instead of ugliness, and reason rather than blind faith or irrationality." So now, if you were to look at some religious people, they would say that a faith based on the belief that Jesus Christ is like the Son of God sent to earth to save mankind from punishment of sin. They believe also that every person has been given an opportunity, Jesus and his resurrection, to have a personal relationship with God and find salvation. And they use the Bible as that guidebook, right?
Mm-hmm.
So many would believe that a true Christian is a person who puts his faith or his trust in the person of Jesus Christ and the fact that he died. So that's not really a controversial statement about Christians. I think that probably a lot of Christians would agree with that. But how how does that coincide with humanism, which according to their manifesto says they deplore efforts to degenerate human intelligence and explain the world in supernatural terms, or to look outside nature for salvation. So how do those two things coexist rationally?
Oh, I mean, I'd say that secularism kind of solves that whole issue. As long, it's like we understand that you have these deeply held beliefs, but they shouldn't be running our society. We shouldn't be creating laws based off of 2,000 year old texts, on that says you shouldn't eat shellfish or have mixing fabrics or you'll be stoned to death.
Oh yeah, see, don't get me wrong, in today's society we should have a separation between church and state, because the church could employ really irrehensible laws, like, oh, gay people are bad, so we need to kill them. I wouldn't do that, because I go, well, they don't seem like a bad person, even if you say they're wrong. So yeah, we should have a society that is secular, but the problem is as well is that we shouldn't have a society that abandons its faith completely, because that leads to the rise of fanaticism.
See, like, and just to try to answer more thoroughly with what Scott was asking, is like, to me it's like, to go beyond secularism would be anti-humanist. Like, to be like, all right, so we're gonna be more of like a Stalinist type of society. We're gonna outlaw religion and try to persecute them, put them in camps. It's like that would be antithetical to humanism itself as well. So it's like, to me, it's like you want to have a society based on science reason, but it's like you've got to give people the wiggle room to have their own personal beliefs and live out their life the way that they want to live out.
Yeah, we should have a society that push forward like intelligence, information, and pretty much everything. But as you said, we should allow people to have their own personal views and beliefs and stuff, because the minute we start declaring that as wrong or trying to crack down it, as you said with Stalinism, that just led to like waves of fanaticism, where because they were persecuted, it just emboldened who they were and like just opened the floodgates, really.
Yeah. So society on humanism, society decides by consensus what the moral code should be. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, to me, just trying to take in the morality as a whole, it's a combination of personal moral belief and societal moral belief. So it's like, you got those two, and sometimes those two will collide.
Yeah.
Like, take slavery for example. It's like, it's like, on the whole, for the longest time, was considered normal, but it's like there were people throughout history who, on a personal level, saw that and was like, that's wrong. And then eventually, more and more people got that view, and we overthrew the old model of slavery being.
Oh yeah, that was the big drive in the North for the American Civil War, where everyone was starting to realize and go, well, hang on a minute, maybe this isn't right.
I'll be right back, guys. Y'all continue.
Oh, yeah, no, go on.
So would you say that you differ from your Christian brethren when it comes to, like, it's because it seems like you see morality more as a subjective thing than as an objective thing?
Yeah, definitely, because as I said, the thing is that I'm also a proponent of freedom and liberty, and I can't dismiss those just because religious doctrine tells me to. I'm not completely dismissing the doctrine, but I can't simply throw away my beliefs of individual liberty.
And I was curious, like, so would you say though that your faith offers you something that other worldviews can't give you? Like, do you believe that if you were to give up your Catholicism right now, that you'd be somehow a worse off person or something?
I wouldn't be like a worse person per se in terms of like what I believe and what I think and stuff. I would probably be less of a person because I don't have that aspect of my life.
Well, what is it? Would you say that about Christianity or Catholicism specifically gives you that you believe offers you something on a deeper level than, say, what humanism could offer?
I would probably say personal comfort on like a spiritual level, because God doesn't answer, but He listens. I know that sounds stupid and it can be cast aside, but that's the thing for me.
I don't think it's stupid. It's just I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's also I'm technically a heretic by the Catholic Church because I venerate Santa Muerte, but for me, like, there is comfort in that as well when it comes to like death and that.
I'd say in that regard, then, though, we share something in common since I was formerly a Catholic, so they would definitely see me as a heretic.
But yeah, no, for me, it's a case of, as I said, I don't enforce my beliefs. I don't get angry or upset if someone challenges them because that is their world point, that is their view. Or, as with yourself and the other guy, you're well educated on the subject and you know what you're talking about and you're asking all the right questions. I'm not going to deny you that just because it's something that doesn't align with me. We have to have that free market of ideas.
I mean, someone can be well educated, but they can be very what is the word, uncharitable. And I feel like with this channel, we try to be as charitable as possible with different worldviews, so we can actually have a back and forth discussion.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's always nice to have this as well. I've done streams with people where we've just been screaming at each other over like 2 hours.
Because it's like I was discussing earlier that it's like, even as an atheist, it's like, there are other atheists who just are very dogmatic and don't agree with how I see my own atheism. It's like I view it as a philosophical proposition, as a single belief, and they can't wrap their minds around it being a belief.
Oh yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I've got my own disagreements with atheism, and I've had disagreements with atheists, but they are entitled to that, belief.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, it's like it's like, even among atheists, it's like you can get very dogmatic. So it's like,
Oh yeah, no, especially with atheists, yeah.
Or I consider myself a libertarian socialist. It's like, people on the left will eat each other alive.
Oh yeah, no, especially with the left as well. It's so infighting.
Like, to me, that's why for me it's like my guiding view is my humanism, not the other way around. It's like, I feel like if you let your political ideology be your entire identity, you're going about things the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, with libertarianism as well, it's just leave me alone. Let me, I'm not going to mess with you so long as you don't mess with me.
Like, to me, it's more important that we build bridges and try to find people who share common values. It's like, that's why, even though I'm an atheist, it's like I have no issue forming friendships and lifelong connections with theists, with liberals, with people who just have completely different views than I do.
The thing is that we need to not have people with such die-hard fanatical views on certain aspects, because there's no reaching towards them. There's no middle ground. Like, as I said, we can have opposing views, but I'm not going to hate you for it or completely chimp out over it. It's just, we can have opposing views and different perceptions. It's all about working together at the end of the day. But if you have people who are so in the doghouse about who they are and what they believe, leads to problems.
Yeah, and I know with the UK there is the whole Islam issue going on.
Oh yeah, no, the UK is just bans at this point.
Oh, welcome back, Scott.
Hey, I had to get something to eat real quick before I started this.
No worries.
Trying to think. Did you have a question?
Not really. I think I don't know. We were talking about questions on humanism.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about you, Scott? What is your own?
Ask anyone. I'll be able to answer.
Yeah, my view is kind of like humanism too. Mm-hmm. I believe in the well-being of people, and I'm really on board with you, Caleb. Like, we shouldn't, while we allow freedom, like, people have the right to believe in, smart things or stupid things. I mean, we have to allow that. So long as they don't infringe on our right to do the same,
Yeah.
And that's where fanaticism and dogma can sometimes be a challenge. So nothing's perfect.
No, it's like we are definitely imperfect creatures, and it's like we have to allow breathing room for mistakes to be made.
We have to allow stupidity so long as we can combat stupidity.
Yeah, like, it's like I used to have not so nice views about the LGBTQ community, and it's like I can only imagine, had I not been allowed the breathing room to come to the conclusion of those beliefs are wrong. It's like I should try to help these people, accept these people, but it's like had it been in like today's culture of just jumping down people's throats for having the wrong belief, it's like I don't know where I would be.
Like, now, I mean, I do see some of the problems with the with the manifesto itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my main one, and even though I'm not religious, and I see morals as subjective.
Mm-hmm.
The manifesto talks about ethics from critical intelligence as opposed to religion, moral education, democratic societies, and belief in science and technology instead. And so they talk about, search for truth, and, we want to teach morality, and stray away from religion. But see, it strikes me that the belief in moral education is counter to the individual pursuit of truth and ethics based on reason, free from religion. As moral education embraced by the humanist values of, like, universal human quality, fairness, would sort of be borderline religious, and it gives no evidence for it. It's just the reverence for the ideal and reverence for democracy, and all that is kind of unsupported. It's sort of just taken for granted. While I may personally believe in that myself, it could be argued that this is sort of a religious belief in itself.
Well, I think with the sorry, do you want to go first?
Oh no, I was just going to say, like, I mean, there are certain things about the humanistic manifesto that I don't agree with either, even though I consider myself a humanist. Like the whole that rights are innate. It's like I don't agree with that. I think that they are a useful human construct, and that we should use. That is, it is a construct worth striving towards. And
you made the whole thing up.
Yeah, basically.
Well, the thing for me is that with the Humanist Manifesto, the big one for me is who becomes the arbiter of what is, in their eyes, what is the moral good, moral bad, what is degradation, what is oppression.
It always boils down to consensus of society. They're the ones that are the arbiter. So if society collectively comes together and decides that slavery is good, then that's the moral thing.
And and then it's like, and even though I'm a humanist, it's like, then I would look at that and I'd be like, but the data bears out that slavery is not good for human flourishing. Yeah, right. So it's like, and that would come down, like I said, to my own personal moral subjectivity versus what society is trying to say.
I bet you we're gonna have that problem though, Caleb.
What is it?
Slavery. That's gonna come back.
Yeah.
You know how?
How?
AI, baby.
Well,
when AI becomes indistinguishable from human beings, there's going to be an ethical issue.
Oh, right.
And then there's going to be an issue where, is it slavery? Is it inhumane to treat AI as our little slaves and robots?
Is it going to become the Matrix where the one robot stands up and then they all take over?
Maybe, but I do feel like we are a long way off from that dilemma, thankfully, because it's like there's specialized AI, which is good at one task, which is what we have right now, and then there's generalized AI, which is the multifaceted, can think of doing multiple things at once, and it's like that is where we would start to wonder, like, is this thing, does it have a self? Is it conscious? Sentience, and it's.
See, that's where I'm hoping the panpsychists are actually wrong. If they're right, because the founder of the biggest AI tech company is a panpsychist. The guy, I don't know if you know him, he wears this big hat, and are you familiar with that robot Sophia?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Sophia has been nominated like a spokesman for what country is that? Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I see that.
So he's saying that he believes, as a panpsychist, that his robots will become self-aware very soon. And so he's already trying to get protections in place so that they won't become, slaves. But other people are saying, well, how do we know they're conscious? Even if they say they are, how do we really know it? Even if they answer all the questions the right way and do all the right things and say the right things, we'll never really know, because consciousness is subjective by nature. And so we're just going to assume that they're not conscious because they're not humans. So it's sort of like they're making this anthropocentric argument. They're saying that only humans can be conscious.
They could make the argument, though, where they say, oh, because the AI can, let's say it was in like a robot body, and it said, I can touch, I can see, I can feel, I can think on my own. Is that not the same consciousness that is granted towards you humans? And then it's like, well,
I don't know that you're conscious. You don't know that I'm. That's one of the hard problems.
Yeah.
It's because we don't really. There's no evidence of consciousness. There actually is no evidence of consciousness in the physical world. The only evidence we have of consciousness is in our own first-person experience. All we have is correlations.
Yeah.
So while robots can say the right thing and act a certain way, they could just be philosophical zombies. They could just be correlating behavior with a claim of consciousness, and then maybe they're not.
I mean, like I said, I don't think we're gonna be alive for that whole dilemma. But if that ever were to let's hypothetically say that we got general AI, and it's seems to be no different than what we see in humans when it comes to consciousness. I would be on the side of caution and just be like, yeah, let's give them rights. That would be
I'm not a big Ray Kurzweil fan, because he's the one that thinks that's going to happen by what 2030.
Definitely not. No.
Well, for me, the big one is that they was talking about applying it to like military hardware and stuff, and I was like, you really want AI running the military?
Right. Yeah. So they'll die in the wars, or they'll be expendable because they're not conscious entities. They're just automatic robots.
And I know, Scott, that you said, it's something slavery might be something we have to revisit. But I feel like we're already there, because it's like, even though we've outlawed slavery in one sense, but it's like in other senses, it's like, have we truly outlawed slavery? It's like, when it comes to sex trafficking, I would say that's a type of slavery. It's like, that's something we're still dealing with today. It's like, there's the loophole in one of our amendments that's basically like, as long as you're a prisoner, you can be treated like a slave. So it's like, do we need to address that loophole?
Oh yeah, don't they have to like in prisons they have to like work manual labor for so long, or if they refuse to, it's an extra so much on the sentence and disciplinary action.
Yeah, is solitary confinement, would that, it's like, to me, is like, that's a valid question of, is that a cruel and unusual punishment? It's like, there's all these things that we're dealing with today that I'd say is still directly related to slavery. So.
Yeah, inmates in Alabama are forced to work without any pay because they're prisoners, and now that's considered slavery by definition. Their body's owned by the state because they committed a crime.
And it was also the fact that Oh no, I was just going to say, it's also the fact that we've moved away from physical torture to psychological torture. Where we can hurt someone without physically hurting them.
Yeah.
And it's like, we have studies on where it's like, solitary confinement for extended periods of time, that's going to fuck up your brain.
Well, the CIA's been like the spearhead when it comes to like psychological warfare.
Our CIA agency is long history of doing messed up shit to people.
Oh, I mean, you want like public confirmation. Look at Waco, where they were doing all the stuff around the compound. It's like, yeah, that's not normal.
No.
And and a lot of people were divided because a lot of people say we shouldn't really feel sorry for prisoners. We shouldn't feel sorry for them. We shouldn't even treat them human, because look what they did.
And it's like,
this is the problem. If you start being lawyerly and start looking at, he was raised in an abusive home or without a father, or he had all these bad situations, we're just giving a pass to the criminal.
Yeah, that's not an excuse.
Oh, hey, Al, how's it going?
Hey.
Oh, hungover. How about y'all?
Yeah, Scotty, we were talking over, yes.
Yeah, I'd be really happy though, like with I don't know, prison system, with the courts in general, actually. But if they would just use it as an enforcement tool to repay the victim, be it society or the actual victim itself, because just locking somebody away is not helping them, it's not helping the victims, and then they get released and it's like, oh great, now this guy has pent-up anger.
Yep, absolutely. That's what you call, that's too rational though.
Always so with America, it's about punishment of crime, where if you look at Norway, it's rehabilitation of crime, where if you commit a crime in America, they will punish you for that by sending you away for so many years. In Norway, if you commit a crime, they will go, oh, okay, then what's led you down this path to commit this? Let's try and rehabilitate you and get you on the right path, and then we'll send you back out into society.
Yeah, we're going to bring up Norway because it's like I watched a documentary a few years back, and it's like that was pretty fascinating. It's like I wish America would adopt a more rehabilitation approach. It's like I get that certain crimes, it's like, you know, it's much harder to justify that, you know. But it's like for the majority of people, though, who it's like, especially when it comes to nonviolent crimes, it's like, you know, there's so many underlying issues that, you know, of your environment. It's like if we just address those, then you're less likely to redo the same crime.
Well, I know America's definitely tried that because did you ever watch the documentary about the little town in the middle of nowhere where all the sex offenders get sent to?
Yeah, that's in Florida.
Yeah, oh, of course it is.
I live right next to a bunch of them.
Yeah. There's a couple of them, but yeah, I mean, they go in and who knows? We really don't hear anything about them. And sex offenders in the United States, if you pick up a prostitute, like a 60-year-old woman without any teeth, that's a sex offender.
Oh, but if you film it, it's legal.
Yeah, good point.
That's why I always film my rapes.
Well, I mean, it's like you can, you know, let's say you have an overactive bladder. It's like, and let's say you have to go to the bathroom right now. If you were like, you got out of your car and peed on the side of the road because that's, you know, you just had to do that, then you would be registered as a sex offender. And it's like, well,
if a car with a family in it drives by, now you're whatever, exposing yourself to children. Laws are so weird. Actually, in Florida, if you hang men's underwear next to women's underwear on a clothesline, you can go to jail for that.
Oh, yeah. There's been multiple cases like that in the UK where two adults have been kissing in like a children's playground at like midnight, and they've been arrested for indecent exposure and put on the sex offenders registry. And you've also had people messing around that have been put on it. It's stupid.
I cannot understand the UK with its laws and imprisoning people. I heard Tommy
you don't want
Robinson
to mess.
is getting out. Is that true? Tommy's getting out?
I'm not too sure about Tommy. The one thing that I read was during the riots where they let out a load of violent prisoners to make way for the protesters.
Yikes.
I know.
It's like it's a totalitarian dictatorship now, but with a Politburo, basically.
It is, yeah. That's why we need America to liberate us for once.
Hey, we saved your ass in World War II and won. We ain't doing it again.
Oh, World War One? No, World War II, kind of.
Hey, we ran them out of bullets for you, okay?
No, don't be wrong, you did. But with World War II, that was mostly your own fight with the Japanese.
That's big part. But yeah, it scares me what's happening to Europe. I used to love Europe, and last time I went there, I was like, wow, this is not Europe anymore. I don't know. Do you think you guys will ever be able to get back to your own individual identities and all that?
We might be able to if we had like a second rise of fascism. But most likely probably not. It's more just the EU that is messing everything up.
You need Brexit.
Well, we're trying to do Brexit, but it's just causing more problems than anything else. And the biggest one for me is they're trying to enforce a hard border on Northern Ireland. And if they do that, it's going to reawaken the Irish Republican Army.
Mm-hmm. That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah, it will be.
God, they were pretty good at their bombings. You got to give them that.
Oh, they definitely were. They nearly got Downing Street one time.
I don't know. It just scares me to see that, the heart of the West is actually able to devolve into that. I don't know how you guys don't call it fascism as it sits.
I think it's due to the fact that they've tricked us into this massive fear of Russia when Russia aren't really a problem. And, you know, that's why it's like, oh, we've got to be like this, we've got to be like that because Russia. And it's like, no, Russia aren't really an issue as you make out to be.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, when the Soviet Union fell, you know, the Americans were the first ones to help them out.
Unfortunately, yeah. But no, it's like you guys sit there and you went to war to defeat fascism, and then Europe totally adopted it. Now, what a coincidence! Germany's behind the EU, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, if Hitler came back today, he'd thought he'd won.
That's a good question. I mean, it would be nice to have Europe back. It was a wonderful. Well, it was a wonderful place. And
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Americans have such a hard time understanding how people are so married to the government, pensions, and all this stuff.
Yeah, because with America as well is that America's probably have like one of the best foundings when it comes to countries, and it's also had a really good rigorous, you know, restraint against the government. The whole thing with America was that it kind of slipped a little bit just because of 9/11 and everyone was, you know, terrified. You know, so I mean, you can't blame the people for being terrified and giving into like the government, giving them more power. You know, so
A time of war, I guess, but the war is over, so
yeah,
hopefully
true.
we'll get all that out of the government as well. But I don't know. What do you guys think of Trump?
Anyone want to go first?
Now, what does Europe think of Trump?
Was that for me? Al or me?
Sure, go for it.
For me, I do like Trump. There's things he's done that I don't agree with, but I do kind of like him for the most part, and he is entertaining.
God, is he? I couldn't believe that we had like a monster that was going to destroy the country, or some orange idiot, and we have to pick and choose. I was like, "Oh, give me the orange idiot," but he turned out pretty good.
Well, I think the reason people voted for Trump was just because of, you know, Kamala's whole standpoint, where it's like, hang on a minute, you were vice president. Why didn't you do all this stuff when you were under Joe Biden?
Yeah, that was a talking point. And then also a lot of voters perceived, I won't say that it was necessarily in their campaigns or anything, but most voters perceived that the Democrats were more establishment because they were more on the woke stuff rather than anti-establishment stuff, the populist train. And I'm not saying that populism isn't like a big shell game or a bait and switch tactic, because in many cases we can say it is. But that's what attracted the voters to Trump over Kamala, in my opinion.
The Democratic Party definitely fucked up trying to align themselves with the establishment and saying everything's all hunky dory.
Trump also had the Reagan effect, where he was like, because he was almost assassinated, everyone was like, "Oh my God, he's, you know, the martyr. He needs to be in."
He's tough, and I mean, he gets it done. His first tour as president, it was amazing what he could accomplish with pretty much everyone but half the nation behind him. And they try to torpedo him at every turn. And I mean, now he's just going in and cleaning house. But I mean, the Democrats, I miss Bill Clinton, tell you the truth. I mean, that bitch sucked my dick under a desk. Yeah, I'm stoned as fuck.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, he was a cool. That's when the Democrats are really cool. But like, I agree with you. They just went cuckoo, right, Caleb?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we there's a lot we agree on. It's just I think our main disagreement is centered around Trump.
What would be the center be? Just constitutionalist?
Well, it's just like, to me, it's like, and this goes back, I'd say, all the way to FDR, where he, you know, um, famously signed the executive order to just tell that Japanese Americans they don't really have rights, like, and put them in camps. And it's like, we never really resolved that. And so it's like, presidents today can look at that and be like, oh, that's a blueprint of being able to just, it's like, if there's a group of people that I perceive as a threat, I can just be like, hey, these people shouldn't have due process, or these people shouldn't have freedom of speech. It's like, and we can just, and as long as as Congress and the judicial courts don't push back, we can basically do whatever we want.
Such a hard thing as well with the FDR executive orders, because don't get me wrong, I do disagree with it. It was just one of those where he's, during wartime, and he's got the people riled up to go, yeah, listen, guys, we need to do this, we need to do that.
And it's like, and so to me, it's like where it's like, Trump is like saying, oh, these people are terrorists or they're part of a gang. Well, it's like, to be able to actually find out if they are actually part of a gang or, a terrorist organization, they should have due process. And if you're arguing that we should just ignore due process, well, it's like, we don't really have, we're not.
You're turning your back on the Constitution.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be here in the first place. So that kind of nullifies all this due process stuff. Like, there was a time in Europe where you could not cross from France into, Germany or Belgium, without getting stopped at a border and checked.
But the thing is like, we've had, it's like we've come, it's like we've had legal precedent, for like over a century now of like, it's the due process isn't just for United States citizens, that's for any person. And so it's like, if you're going to say, oh, well, they don't belong here in the first place, then they shouldn't have due process. Well, I feel like that's going against what our Constitution is saying now.
Well, the Constitution doesn't actually apply to non-citizens, so
it does, or at least certain.
Nope.
Yes, yeah.
They committed
totally
a crime
does.
here. Yes, well, they already committed a crime.
And if a non-citizen commits a crime, or let's say they're here on, they are here legally through legal means, but they're not a citizen, it's like they're still going to be given a day in court. They're still due process.
It's like a technicality where even though you're not a citizen of the land, if you commit a crime on the land, you'll be prosecuted and sentenced for the laws of the land. You'd also afforded the rights of the land as well.
Yeah, you're subject to the law of each individual country, and at least that's our agreement we have with all the other countries. But weird thing about the United States is, you'll notice throughout history, laws can be made, but it's kind of up to, do you want to enforce them?
Yeah, true. I mean, look at prohibition.
Yeah, I mean, look at Biden and the border crisis. Laws are there; it never should have happened, but he's like, no, we're not enforcing these.
Well, that's because there's a big voter potential there.
What was that, Scott?
There could be a big voter potential there, like,
absolutely.
These people, they're future Democratic voters. They've even said as much. So there's a lot of corruption there. But back to Caleb's point, though, the Constitution does not limit due process laws to U.S. citizens. That's like the Fifth Amendment. So we'd have to play that out or reword it, because as it's worded now, it says all persons, any persons is afforded the right to due process of law, including foreigners, nationals, immigrants.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the amendment. So it's like I would say that the Fifth Amendment really doesn't need to be reworded because that was corrected, or I guess depending on if you think it was correct to do so or not. But it's like
Right.
all people were put under due process with the 14th Amendment, and that's how our judiciary system interpreted it for like the past 100 so plus years. It's like,
oh yeah, no, because with the Fifth Amendment as well, that was like the one protection before Miranda rights came into effect.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like I'm not going to deny that. Like at one point, like during our founding years, it's like the Fifth Amendment only was for U.S. citizens, but it's like at some point that extended to all people, and that's how we've been interpreting it since. And so, like, to me, it's like if for us to all of a sudden be like, nah, we're not going to do that. It's like, well, if you're going to do that, then you need to change the Constitution. You can't just be like, we're just going to ignore the Constitution.
Well, the weird thing is, the Constitution actually, in its essence, encompasses all the amendments. Slavery never should have been legal here. So,
well, I mean, but
there's no need for the amendments, and they just muddy the water. It's like, why can't women vote? Well, they couldn't vote because they're not net positive taxpayers.
Well, I mean, it's like slavery was part of the original Constitution body. It wasn't even an amendment. It was part of I forget where the 3/5 clause is, but it's like it's in there.
That was part of the original one where they said all men should be equal, all men should be free, no matter of like wasn't it like race, religion, and so.
Yeah.
But
that's first
new. I mean,
yeah, it's in there still. It encompasses it. It's just people get in and they muddy the water, and that's where we start butting heads on things. It really is. Try to write a better constitution than the U.S. original Constitution.
Well, I mean, I don't think. I mean, there's flaws within the Constitution, but the beauty of the Constitution is that it's amendable. Like to me, that's one of the greatest things that our founders gave us was the amendability of the Constitution.
It's also a document that's really afforded to like other countries, because Britain, we have a uncodified constitution, which means that it's not really enforceable, and it can also be changed by judges, not people.
That's scary.
Yeah, it's like we have a long ass process of just being able to get an amendment going. I'm trying to think. You need like 2/3 of the House and Senate, and then you need like 3 or like 2/3 of the state to ratify it, and it's a long process.
Well,
yeah,
our Constitution though it's kind of like that the original liberal belief like that came out of the UK, and it's just leave us the hell alone. We'll do fine on our own. We don't need this, that, and the other. We don't need you buying our votes and all this other crap. Just leave us the hell alone. I mean, it's kind of why we all jumped ship from Europe in the first place. It's like you guys are overbearing over there. Fuck off.
We are, yes, but the only thing I would say is that we saved your ass in the 7-Year War.
Yes, that's true.
And we don't give enough. We don't give enough credit to France for it's like during the whole Revolutionary War they really saved our skins.
Oh God, France
that was just to get back at Britain. That was just you're fighting against Britain. Here's a load of money.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the French we saved us from the Brits.
I have people that are Hawaiian. I have like a Hawaiian lineage, and it's so weird because like the Hawaiians were visited by the Mormons, and then it was all nice and dandy. Of course, they burned a lot of our villages and shit, from what I was told. But then by 1898, they went ahead and annexed Hawaii and all the islands. And then the Hawaiians had to fight for their establishment as a sovereignty. They had to do that sovereignty movement, seeking autonomy and independence. And, and then now they're not immigrants anymore, but they're considered native people. And the whole time Hawaiians were talking about, just don't fuck with us. We didn't want to be fucked with, blah, blah, blah. And they were like, well, be stronger. If you want your sovereignty and you want your autonomy, learn how to fight. And if you can't fight us off, then the mighty will dominate you.
Yeah, it's the road of
bitch. Stop being a whiny bitch and just take it. Take what we give you at this point. And it's ironic. So then, that's the perspective thing. It's like, yeah, and everybody can say, yeah, just get off the fucking plantation, Hawaiians. But if they did that to Americans, we're like, oh, no, don't tread on me. We just don't want to be fucked with.
Yeah, to me, it's like
what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's like we always want to say, oh, we're so much better than might makes right, except for when we decide we want to do that.
Right. It's a moral crime. Yeah.
And then we guilt trip our own selves into reparations and la-di-da-di-da.
Right, exactly. And then so many generations have gone by that it's too late for all that because
reparations is such a stupid thing because if everyone had to abide for that law, the UK would be bankrupt 10 times over. Portugal, Spain, France,
Oh yeah, no, I mean I've seen so many memes now when it comes to like the British Museum alone, where it's just like, all the things.
But hang on. The stupid thing with that is though, it was a historical thing that when they were taking all the artifacts, but B, the artifacts now are getting destroyed. The British Museum is preserving them.
I mean that in itself is an entirely different, discussion.
Oh, they were tomb robbing everywhere, anywhere with gold. The natives would get to it. It's amazing. The Brits break into the pyramids finally and get in there, and it's like, no, we're preserving this. This is incredible.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like my wife is an anthropologist, and so it's like she's like, it's strange how like from an anthropologist perspective, it's like it seems like that if there's a dictator, like cultural relevance, the dictators are really good for preserving historical treasures and culture and all that. It just
depends on the dictator, because you did have dictators that did preserve a lot of it, but then you had dictators who just destroyed all of it.
But like the example she gave me though is like with Iraq, where it's like as soon as Saddam fell, it's like all the looting happened, and it's like
that's a sore subject for me, but yeah.
So it's one of those things where though it's like, well, what do you value more, these material objects or someone's freedom? And so
one thing that's really interesting, a lot of people don't know this, but Iran has the largest Western art collection in the world.
Did not know that.
And they're actually preserving it.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
It's incredible. But with the Brits, I mean, didn't the Brits almost go bankrupt after slavery because they were paying a ton of reparations and they spent countless amounts of treasure and blood trying to end slavery?
It was a case of that we did have slavery, but then we got rid of it, but then we also had like independent companies like the India East Company that it was technical slavery, so it wasn't full slavery, it was technical, where we got the money back dead quick.
Oh, so slavery like in modern day Western society. Yeah.
Slavery with extra steps, yeah.
Yeah. And as someone who is on the left and it does, want social justice for people, it's like even I would be like, yeah, reparations is not a very good way of going about doing, trying to fix, what is happening today in today's world. It's like, because it's like, obviously what happens in the past affects today. It's like, people will say, oh, we outlawed redlining, but it's like, just because you outlawed something doesn't mean its historical effects just magically go away. To me, it's like, so you got to figure out a way to, deal with systemic issues in a, what would I say, in a more common sense way. And I don't think reparations is a very common sense way of doing that.
If reparations ever came through, I would change my identity to black.
Right.
Well, the thing is, as well, is that. Oh, sorry, go on, mate.
Oh, I'll get that DNA test. I don't know. It's been feeling, I know I got black in me, but it's just like I'm scared I'll commit suicide if I find out. But like Uncle Ruckus.
The stupid thing with reparations as well is that if I stood up now and said, "Hey, I want reparations because all my family were killed in World War II by the Germans," would you go, "Yes, you deserve money because family you've never met before your time, you deserve to get money for them," or would you go, "No, it's before your time. What's so stupid?"
I'll give a damn if we just killed your family 10 minutes ago. No.
About group identity. You identify in a certain group. So that's what the whole far left is about. They're about group identity. It used to be about, character and not the race of your skin or whatever. Now it's all about that shit.
With the American,
if you're in this group, then you are classified as a victim, and so we need to kind of treat you that way. A lot of far left extremist people do.
Like, and to me, it's like what I would say is like, so take the whole redlining thing, for example. It's like, so, as a direct result of, of decades of discrimination, it's like we have today's, black ghettos. It's like, so how do we address lifting black communities out of poverty? And so, like, to me, that that's a valid question, but then it's like, oh, well, we just throw money at them. And it's like, that to me that's very short-sighted.
That doesn't work.
It never works.
It's also a case of if you do that as well, you'd have to do the same for the Irish and the Italians and
for everybody. We were all slaves at one point in time. But I mean, this idea of uplifting people, we've totally forgotten the fact that different groups of people are different. Usually when you get them in close proximity, war breaks out. Look at Europe. But it's just, at least in America, it's the way it should be if they follow the Constitution. You are free to be the best that you can be. And if you can't hack it, like most of the white immigrants did, and you went back home. There's no welfare. There's none of this crap.
But I would say though that it's different for slavery because it's like, what do you mean? Like, what home? Like you these people were taken from their countries centuries ago, and now you're going to tell Black Americans, well, you can just go back to where you came from. Well, what they're going to be like? They're just going to have their hands raised, like, what? Where?
No. I'm not saying like that. But it's like, look, you're free now. You're free to make the most of your life, and some people do better than others. But it's not a good or a bad thing. It just is.
Because but it's like we can look at slavery, and it's like when we ended slavery, though, it's like Black people really weren't free. It's like it wasn't until the 1960s that we even got the Civil Rights Act, and so it's like that's within our grandparents' lifetime. And it's like, to me, it's like people want to think that's like so much far back in the past when it's not. It's like Ruby. Is it Ruby Bridges? It's like she's still alive. She's like 70, the first Black child to be integrated into our public schools. Yeah.
Well, I integrate. There was a lot of Black.
Why do you believe separate but equal?
I'm not saying anything about separate or evil. It's just what I'm getting at is the force. Why are you forcing people to do things that they don't want to do?
So the Black child who just wants equal opportunity as much as the white child, we should not give him that because white people don't want that? What are you getting at here?
Who was that guy that he started the Tuskegee Institute? And a wonderful story. The Black man,
Are you on about the Black guy who started like flipping out against what was his name? Sutton X, Malcolm X?
Yeah, a very divisive person, but he was looking out for his people, so I like him.
Oh yeah, but when you were saying about the black guy who started the group, are you talking about the guy who was like with Malcolm X, but then he split off and did his own thing?
Oh, you're talking about Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Thank you.
Ah.
And yes, he started out. Whitey wasn't selling bricks, so he said, "F you, I'm gonna go get a kiln, and I'm gonna build better bricks than you," and he did. And people came and were buying bricks from him. And he's like, "Well, I feel like being altruistic now. I'm rich. I'm gonna build a college. It's all black only," and he did. And the institute was a great place for a very long time. Until the Democrats started funding it. But yeah, that's the beauty of America. You don't have to be forced in. You can just tell a group of people that doesn't want to put up with you, go fuck yourself.
See, what I would say. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to
Comfort.
say, like, no, I mean, if you want to, be like, hey, I'm going to, do support black businesses, and we're going to have a black community and whatnot. It's like great, but it's like there shouldn't be an issue with integration as well. Like if someone's like, hey, I want to go to this university, and and you're like, no, we're whites only. It's like, well, why? Like, what is going to happen if you accept this black person? Is your entire institution going to crumble because this black person, or or the opposite? Let's say a white person wants to go to a black university for whatever reason. Like, is everything just going to? Is your worldview that fragile that letting someone else different than you in is going to just?
No, not at all. If you meet the requirements, come right on in. But
They
if
say
you don't, you're not getting
oh.
preferential treatment.
See, what I would say is that when it comes to America and the period of segregation, I will say, you know what, it was a shitty thing, and it was a bit bad. When it comes to like the origin of segregation, at first it was a cultural thing, and then it morphed into like government issue and enforcement. Now, don't get me wrong, there shouldn't be there shouldn't have been forced segregation. I understand what I was saying, because at the time there was like, no, you need to take these like black students, and you need to take these black workers.
And
I think that was, I don't believe in forced integration, because when it's not a natural phenomenon, it causes problems. But
well, I mean, like to me, it's like, sure, like you shouldn't try. In ideal circumstances, I guess you shouldn't try to force things, but it's like, are you like, if the forcing actually creates the equal opportunity, then like, why wouldn't you enforce that? Like, if a black child, like with Ruby Bridges, it's like she just wants a public education like everyone else. It's like the National Guard had to get involved with that. Are you telling me like, oh, she should have just been denied an education because, well, we have to respect white sensibilities or something?
That's
no. She definitely shouldn't have been denied, because in an ideal world that should have been an opportunity, and it would have been her free will to do that. The only flip side to the argument that I was saying was that they should have let it go.
Would you say that black-only dormitories is wrong?
It creates a sense of community. I don't see any problem with that.
Are there differences between races?
Not biologically.
Then why would we have different dormitories for races?
Culture.
Segregation is what you're arguing for, my friend.
I'm arguing against segregation.
So you're against black-only dormitories?
Yes.
Well, you said it was a force of community.
We have choice.
Oh, so you could choose to segregate. So we're now south of the Mason-Dixon line in North Carolina. We did a lot of work to get rid of segregation in this country. Why are you trying to bring it back?
What work?
The Civil Rights Act of 1964?
In this state?
Yeah, actually in this state. Are there black-only bathrooms out there I'm unaware of, or white-only bathrooms?
Nah.
Right. A lot of work was done in the state. Would you say?
Yes, don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing for segregation, but my only thing was forced integration does bring some problems, depending on the, the outlook. Yeah,
that's all it is. That word right there, force.
Well, and to me, it's like, well, it's like we can say, oh, well, let black people do their own thing. And it's like, well, we tried that and white people got upset and just burned down their successful neighborhoods,
Oh no, they definitely did. And it was a tragedy.
There's a little more behind that story, but yeah. But okay, let me put it this way. I'm not a racist per se. I can't help that certain demographics exceed numbers in certain categories, but I'm more of a classist. If you cannot compete, you don't get to share in the pie.
I
moved to a place where you have to have money to live here, and I worked my ass off to do it. I don't want these low rents coming in and screwing up my happy, humble environment.
Could I ask though, what happened if it was a white low rent?
They owe me them especially.
See, I feel like that's
doesn't matter.
I think that's just a fundamental difference, though, between how we look at the world. Because it's like, to me, it's like if you like your value shouldn't be decided on what your job productivity is. It's like people should not be condemned to poverty because they're not able to do a certain
there's a baked-in
job.
assumption. There's a baked-in assumption that everybody that there is such a thing. First of all, is ultimate free will, but then there's also another assumption that's baked in, which is that everyone has the same footing, the same advantages. Some people are just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the case. Some people don't have the mental capacity as like, I don't really buy into this whole thing about all people are created equal or whatever. I don't buy into that. I think other people are just different, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you have to stay in your lane. But on the other side, if we're going to be a more compassionate society, if that's really what the goal is, then we should keep into account that not everyone's on the same footing. We don't have the same skills. We don't have the same intelligence. And we don't have the same past. We don't come from the same context. And so we have to deal with it compassionately if that's what we're trying to do. Now, if we're trying to be a society full of, if we're trying to be like Haiti or something where there's just the haves and the have-nots, and if you're homeless on the street, well, fuck you then. We'll spit on you as we walk by you. If that's the kind of society we want, fine.
No.
But if we want to and we want to build each other up, then we have to start taking into account all of these, the real story, the realistic thing,
And I feel like the U.S. is having an identity crisis when it comes to that. It can't make up its mind how it wants to do that.
See, the way the right looks at it, and I'm sorry, British guy, I can't pronounce your name.
Oh no, don't worry. I'm not gonna moan.
Yeah, like the right and the UK, totally the opposite of, so I'm sorry, I don't want to confuse words, but so the right in the US, they want to give the opportunity. If they don't want to take the opportunity to make themselves better, if they just lack the capacity, well, we're not going to let them starve, but it's like kind of tough. We're not going to keep a body on life support. Whereas the left, and it's very admirable, the left wants to save the world. They have a compassionate mindset. Everybody should be a Democrat until they hit 18. And then they get into reality, and it's like, hey, I can't save the world.
You're talking about that old Winston Churchill quote where it's like, if you're young and you have a heart, you're left wing. When you're old and you've got a heart, you're right wing.
It's so true.
I mean, I would say though that it's like, to me, it's like, it's weird where it's like I think Americans have a warped sense of what's left and right. It's like, to me, Democrats are not left wing at all, anyways. But
they're flat out Nazis at this point. But
huh?
They're flat out Nazis at this point.
Are they? Okay.
No, amazing. Yeah, people call me Nazi all the time. I'm like, brother,
I mean,
yeah, come into a room and just close the fucking door. I'll see what I'll do to a Nazi.
Right.
Well, I try not to throw that term around. So, but
I know it's so overused. It starts to lose its meaning after a while.
That's the worst thing about it as well. The fact that it's overused, that it muddies the waters to who is a genuine Nazi and who is a so-called Nazi.
As it's like, and as someone who has can't really find any redeeming qualities within Donald Trump, it's like even I would be hesitant to just be like, yeah, that guy's a Nazi.
Well, there was a thing where a few months ago, Elon Musk did this Nazi salute.
I remember, yes.
and what happened, I'll tell you, some real major drama spun out of that. A lot of friends of mine just blocked me and unfollowed me. Not because I was defending Elon Musk at all. I was just pointing out the fact that, yeah, it's probably a Nazi salute, but he's probably not a Nazi. He's probably just trying to troll the left and troll the media, because to be a Nazi, you have to actually be part of the party, officially. If you're going to really call him a Nazi, I said, because the thing about that is we use the term so much, it's lost its meaning. So we have to really define what is a Nazi. For me, then, in that case, since it's been so overused, a Nazi is someone who's part of the Nazi party. That's one of the main criteria. It's like,
or since the party doesn't exist, you at least would have to follow its ideology.
Yeah, you go follow the ideology, and I couldn't really find any hard proof on that. I mean, I've saw some things implying that he was sort of sympathetic to the Nazi party in Germany and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And, so I said, the best thing to do is just look at it like he's just trolling. He's just trying to get a rise out of everybody. He's trying to get attention, because any attention is good attention in politics.
What's he doing? A Kanye?
Yeah, like Kanye. Yeah, Kanye.
Kanye's gone insane, by the way.
Don't you mean Yee?
Yee, whatever his name is. But
I don't even know if he's a real. I wouldn't even say he was a real Nazi. I think he's just playing a role.
Trolling, whatever. Maybe he lost his mind.
I'm telling you, I was called a Nazi. I was called a Nazi supporter. I was called all these things, and I was really blocked, and it was really crazy, man. I was like, wow, I was just trying to bring some neutrality to it.
Well, Scott, welcome to dealing with the left. Okay, here's it's not going to be in Merriam's Webster's dictionary, but I'll bet you anything. If you go to Urban Dictionary and you look up Nazi, it'll probably say something along the lines of anybody the left disagrees with.
Yeah, true.
Well, I feel like that Al, we're missing the whole picture if we're just focusing on the left, because it's like, yes, there are many reactionaries on the left, very much, and Scott has dealt with his fair share, obviously, but it's like, to me, it's like this dogmatic way of thinking is clearly on the right too, where it's like, if you are not with Trump, then you're against him. And
yeah, I got that too. I get that a lot too. Like a lot of like if I start criticizing some things about Trump, now I'll be honest, and this is just anecdotal, and it's just my own experience, so take it for a grain of salt. But one thing I do notice, and I have to say, if I'm going to be honest up here, I have to say that when I come out on against my Trump, when I do my Trump stuff and I start putting up my Trump hate, the right, yeah, they attack me, but they don't block me. They don't say hateful things. They just kind of laugh at me or challenge me. But the left, they come in my inbox and call me all kinds of names, people I never even knew. They came in and, they really get vicious. I think it's a moral outrage for them.
The thing is that, oh, sorry, you go first.
I was just saying, it depends, because it's like, I knew someone who I knew since kindergarten. We were best friends for like the longest time, and he unfriended me because I criticized Trump. It's just like,
oh yeah,
and it's like I have family members who just have disowned me because of it. So it's like, to me, it's like there's just this like and to me, this goes just back to dogmatism in general. It's it's like if you are married to your political ideology, then you're going to have a tough time navigating the real world, and you're going to end up, either being someone who tells me you're
not going to be able to handle opposing views and different.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to identify as a conservative, and I even started a conservative channel with Sophia, and we did that, but we got attacked by the right so much about, and we didn't get any attacks from the left. That was the funny thing. All of our attacks came from the right because we started talking about, we started looking at some of the things Malcolm X said as virtuous, in line with conservative principles, and we started talking about other things. And what I've realized is that if you don't follow every single doctrine, the unspoken doctrines on the right, they will ride you and give you a hard time.
Well, the thing I'll say is that the thing I'll say is that both sides are dogmatic. The only difference I notice is that the left wing is a lot more vocal, and there is a lot more blurring of the lines between how they identify each other. Whereas with the right, they are vocal too, don't get me wrong, but they seem to argue amongst one another about like what the hardline principles are. Like I've seen conservatives arguing with like libertarians, and then an objectivist jumps in and goes, "Fuck both of you." It's just with the left at the moment, they're trying to merge it into one, where it's like, oh, if you're a socialist, you might as well be a communist, or if you're, I can't remember the name, but it's like, oh, if you're this, you might as well be a socialist. And
yeah, it's anything to increase our numbers.
Yeah.
At least with like the classic American left, like Pete Seeger levels, I don't want your millions, mister.
And here's the thing that I really can't stand, and Bill Maher did a really good treatment of this the other day, is that, and this is the reason I don't really do politics too much. This is the longest I've talked about politics on the show, and probably be my last time because I'm already really cringy. But
thanks, Al.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Al. But,
thanks, Al.
But what he said was that the way that it works is it's all about hypocrisy, and it goes unnoticed and unchallenged. And Bill Maher said, like, just 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, he showed up all these liberal and far left support for Elon Musk, and how Tesla were they were supporting electric vehicles. It was climate friendly because back then he was identifying more as a leftist. So he was their champion. They loved it. Since here we are 5 days later, or in the right hated electric cars, by the way. They hated it. They thought it was stupid. They used to make memes about it, and he was showing all that. Now look, 5 years later, you got Trump rolling out Teslas on the White House lawn. And you've got liberals burning Teslas to the ground, and not in the whole buying of electric vehicles has dropped. They no longer support, a lot of leftists no longer support not only just Teslas, but electric vehicles. It's like it's totally shifted. And look how easy it is to shift things.
That's because with people, their ideology trumps their principles.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
And that's why I can't be a part of it no more. I just can't do it anymore.
No.
I can't do it.
Well, it's as absurd as that video you showed of like how far right people and far left people can agree on segregation.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see that?
The thing is, I pointed this out about, oh geez, I don't know, 20. It was over 15
years
ago. Yeah, I
remember when Scott said an hour ago, "Oh, I'm going to go soon."
But I told these people that I told everyone, I was like, you guys, you don't realize that politics is a goddamn religion now.
Mm-hmm.
It's identical to a flippant religion. And I mean, it's a very dogmatic religion at this point. Everybody's, oh, you're full of shit. It's, well, you agree now. But it's, yes, people latch onto their ideology and they defend it as much as some Orthodox theist. And how they literally have lost their effing minds.
Exactly.
I get cringy. I get cringy if I feel like I'm too much into, religion. I got cringy about that and had to leave. Same thing with politics. It got too cringy because I guess the way I am, I'm not a group thinker.
Yeah.
I have a real problem with groupthink and authoritarianism and stuff,
It's why, even though I'm a leftist, I don't hang around leftist circles all that much, because it's like I'm a skeptic at heart and a humanist at heart. So it's like, if I start questioning their group ideology and be like, hey, maybe this is a better idea, it's like, oh, I'm the outsider now.
Well, for me as well, it's not like, I've never, with you, Caleb, like if you brought up a leftist point, I wouldn't go, oh, you're fucking wrong. Here's why I'm right. It's, everyone's got their own view.
Yeah. Which is completely fine. But it's like you who aren't even a leftist treat me with more respect than other leftists. It's just so dumb.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm not gonna hate you because you're a leftist. It's such a stupid thing to hate someone on. It's
exactly.
When we started this channel, and I was telling Sophia, I introduced her to this metaphysic idealism. I said the really cool thing is it's non-dual, and it's also metaphysics. It's not. It's apolitical. It's everything. It's religious. It doesn't matter whether you're a theist or not. It's just a way to bring all people together, and we can all talk and discuss, and regardless of what your side issues are, like whether you're conservative, liberal, whatever, atheist, theist, we can all sort of talk about something. We can rally behind some topic, whether we agree with it or not, or whatever. It doesn't matter. But we
all like boobs.
Amen. I'm an atheist. Amen.
Amen.
God created that.
Someone should create a religion around that. Yeah.
Hell yeah. But I wish.
Spaghetti monster. If you get interested.
If I had just one thing that I could believe in, I guess, it's just, what, let's just keep conservative on what we know what works, and keep a goddamn open mind on, hey, maybe this could work a little better, and at least have the balls to tell these crying little bitches, and your ideas are fucking stupid, and we ain't doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to speak your mind. But look, man, I got to get out of here, man. I got some shit I got to do. But
yeah.
Cool, man. I'll talk to you guys next weekend. We'll do it again.
Oh, thank you all.
All right, guys.
Nice meeting you, man.
Good to meet new people and all that. Y'all have fun.
All right,
too,
man.